host, Stephen Fox. Our host, our founder, and our leader, Uncle Freezy, will be here soon. Let me just see. Right now, we're losing 91-79 with a little under 10 minutes to go. Um, oh my God. Nerlens Noel just hit a jump shot, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're going to have to celebrate. Uh, didn't think we'd see that. It's been an ugly game, man. From the beginning, Dame is having one of Dame's games, man. He's just lighting it up. Nothing stopping him. Alec Burks, though, on our side, has been pretty hot, hitting threes, getting into his groove. Finally back from his injury. But Melo just hit a ball, 90 basket, 94-81. Oh boy, it's gonna be one of those nights. Hopefully they'll let the kids in for the rest of the game. Quick has 12 points so far, and that was I didn't see that. So far, Randle 18 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists. Robinson 4 points, 6 rebounds, 8 points for Payton. God, I know we talk a lot about Payton, but gosh, it's just really difficult to watch this guy. Burks hit several threes in a row a few minutes ago. They come down. He's hot. He brings them down to within 15, and um, they come down court. Randall kicks it out to Payton. Payton, instead of rotating the ball around to the hot guy, takes a freaking 3-pointer. That's why people in New York just can't stand the guy. He's been a point guard for so many years. He just doesn't have that in his DNA to say, let me give the ball to the hot guy. I'm a point guard. That's my job. So, hey, wow. Kevin Knox got his first point of the night, ladies and gentlemen, with 8:28 left in the fourth quarter. Man, he's on a streak now. He got his first. It was a foul shot, so he has 1 point and 2 points. Stop the presses. 2 points for Knox to go with his 1 rebound and 2 assists. He's on fire, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how Kevin W is going to be able to hold himself back tonight. Rivers looks terrible. Gary Trent Jr. is looking like an all-star, and Knox again is getting victimized on the defensive boards. Come on, quick. Here he goes with his famous floater and misses twice. So let me talk to my family. That's probably the best thing to do. Diz ballin', man. Day. Hope all is well. I hope you guys had a good time yesterday. Um, I hope you're joining the broadcast so we can talk about different things. But this is an ugly night, ladies and gentlemen. An ugly night. There's probably about 33 other content developers, Knicks content developers, having broadcasts tonight.
What's up,
So,
Steven?
yo, what's up?
Oh boy.
You'll do me a favor, just lower that the.
Of course.
Yeah,
Right
thank
now,
you.
I got you. Yep.
How's your day?
My day's going a lot better in this game right now.
Yeah, I know, man. I know. Quick just hit it and brought us to 96-88.
Quickley's been a spark, and he's only played, what, 14 minutes?
Exactly. He's played 17 minutes, and he has 20 points. So,
Unbelievable.
yeah, and again, yo, that's my boy, Quickers.
Quickly
Yo,
again. Wow.
96-91.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Hey, you know what they got? I said to myself, this kid's a sniper.
Mm-hmm.
And coming back from that hit pointer and a few other things, I said he's gonna, what we just saw a Dame so far this game. This
Mm-hmm.
kid is overdue to have a game where he's just in the zone and he can't miss.
Yeah. And another thing, too, is that I'd rather see Quickly go through the trials and tribulations than see Payton play 30 minutes.
You're my brother.
It's so
Absolute.
simple, isn't it?
Did you hear my comment before that Burks came down? He's
Yeah.
in his flow and is like, "Give the ball up, Burks.
Yeah.
Give the ball," and he puts up a three, and you're like,
Yeah.
"How?"
A career 26% 3-point shooter is not going to give it to the hot hand.
but also
Unreal.
a career point guard that when
Mm-hmm.
have you learned the lesson that you're supposed to give the ball to the guys with the hot hand that could actually shoot? And he just takes the breath out of you all the time. So I'm with
Oh
you,
yeah.
man. At this
Oh yeah.
point,
Yeah.
leave the kid. Hey, Freeze, how are you?
Man, I was good before this mess with Portland. Man, I was good.
Yo, we're only 5 behind now.
Yeah. Quickly.
Yeah, man.
Quickly's going off. So
Yeah, yeah. We just need more of it. We just need more of it, man.
yeah. Hey,
Oh,
Knox just hit 2 free throws. He has 2 points for the night, 1 rebound. He's on a watch out.
what? He
I
hit two
Yeah.
mean,
free throws in a row?
Yep.
in a row, man.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I know. I can't believe it. He's going crazy. The crowd is going crazy, ladies and gentlemen.
You know what's something that's glaring is that this starting five just cannot figure out how to break that zone. They have no answers for it. Why is Julius Randle going ISO if they're in the zone? Why is Alfred Payton trying to go ISO in the zone? Doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense, and we've seen it from the whole game where you're like going. And also, I don't mean anything, Mitch. And I think it's probably because of his leg. Last game, 6'7" Wiggins blocked him.
Yeah.
6'7" Covington blocked him a couple of
Yeah.
times.
Right.
And but that doesn't bother me. But you get fouled when you're that big of a guy. The guy better foul you when you're going up for a jam.
Now
When you
let's get Covington the benefit of the doubt. He was 10th in the league last year at block shots.
Oh, no doubt. But
Yeah.
but I'm old school. You give me a guy who's a little over 7 feet, and you give me a
Right.
guy who's 6'7". That guy that's 7 feet should be winning every time, or at least getting
course.
fouled.
Of course, of course.
Right.
So,
No, I'm with you. I'm with you on it. I'm with you on it, man. I'm
Yeah.
so frustrated right now. Our point guard play with Alfred Payton. Oh my
It's just
god.
bad. It's really bad.
yeah, it's tragic. In fact, he has 2 assists on the night.
He's not interested, bro. He's not interested in getting guys involved, getting them in the right spots, breaking down the defense, spreading out the defense. He's not interested in those things, bro.
I think that's a perfect description. He's not interested, because if he was interested, he'd be making sure. Good rebound. Come on, give it to the kid. They'd be making sure that they got the ball to the people that should be getting it, rather than if he
Yeah.
doesn't give it to Randall, he doesn't give it to anybody.
Yeah.
Right.
Come on, quick, come on, kid. Yes.
Oh, he has a
Oh.
habit of giving the passes late too. Like the defense is already settled, and then he'll pass that.
Yeah.
He does a lot of that too.
So come on, man.
You see, the problem with Quick, and I think why Quickly's been up and down, is that when that second unit comes, it's just him.
It is just him, and Knox. I don't want to hear. He's only Knox has.
Oh, please.
3 shots tonight. He's missed everything. Yo, come on, Noel.
You know, was another thing that was glaring to me too was that R.J. Barrett opened up the game. Wow, no one else got hit that. R.J. Barrett opened up the game with taking Lillard to the hole. And that's all he shot. Yeah, and that's all he shot the whole half.
One shot the whole half, and I'm like saying, "Come on, kid, you're the foundation. We need you to shoot. We need you to put up, do your thing. But if you shoot only 1 shot in the first half, you're hurting us."
And he hardly got the ball too. You got to give him the benefit of the doubt that he hardly got the ball.
Yeah. Yo, Kev, what up?
What's going on, everyone? How is
Yeah.
everyone not enjoying this game, this late night?
Yeah,
What's good?
You're enjoying this game?
Yeah. You know what I'm happy about the last couple
Wow.
of minutes? I'm happy after the last time before this one that Thibodeau left the bench players in. I was really excited about it. He was like, hey, I'm going to
He
let
had
you
no
guys.
choice.
He had a choice. I mean, it's Tom
Yeah.
Thibodeau. He had a choice. It's like, you know what? You guys got us here. You guys got it down to 5. Let's see what you can do.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Starters have looked lethargic tonight, bro.
Yeah, the ball movement. Burks, at least, who's in the starting lineup tonight, family instead of Bullock, who has that stiff neck.
Yeah.
I knew he's too good of a shooter. Obviously, he's not going to be shooting the 66% he did over his first 3 games of the season before
Right.
his injury.
Right.
But 18 points, 5 for 8 from 3.
Yeah. No.
That's definitely.
He's just a better
hitting.
option, Steven. He does more things on the court than Bullock does, and he will give you defensive effort. So I knew that was going to happen.
Yeah. And Rivers is looking terrible. I mean, terrible. He's over dribbling. He's
Yeah.
I don't know, man. He has 3 points on the night, 1 for 2 from 3, and he's only that was his only basket, and he's only shot 2 shots the whole game, 2 assists. Gosh.
Yeah, I mean Austin is in a place where like it's a little bit out of his area because he's used to getting off, getting the ball off ball and slashing, and he's not bringing up the ball, initiating the offense, telling guys where to go. Austin's never really done that.
Yeah, and I thought, though, when he's playing with Quick, maybe the Quick's doing that and letting him play off ball where he's comfortable, but he seems to go ISO a few times where it's like, move the ball. Why are you going ISO right now?
Right. And we were all taught since young that, the way to break the zone is to move the ball because you got to move those bodies in order to open the lanes.
Yep.
So I just can't understand why our Knicks team has issues moving the ball against the zone. I don't understand it.
I just like to say, go ahead, Sid, I'm sorry.
No, you, please.
I just like to say that I have been on record as saying those defensive numbers are misleading. How many times have I said the Knicks leave wide open people from three? They leave people from 3 wide open all the time. They just miss them.
Yeah.
Tonight they ran into a team. They left people wide open and they hit them.
Did you hear me? 2 nights ago, not last night, but the night before, I quoted an article from The Athletic about
saying exactly that
sustainability, that we've lucked out. We're 4th in the league of giving people where we're at least 10 feet away from a defender, giving them open shots, and we've lucked out that early in the season that they have not been hitting those shots. But as the season progresses and they get into their flow, these players, because some of the teams we beat were good shooters. They just had a bad game against us. It's not that we played a great.
And look how many times we played teams that were playing shorthanded, playing people who wouldn't be in games anyways.
Right. Yeah. Right. And here's another thing too to consider, because we don't create a lot of turnovers and stuff like that. Our pace is slow, so therefore, because of that, now since we don't shoot a lot of shots, other teams are not going to shoot a lot of shots too, especially if they're not hitting. So, the defensive numbers are a little deceiving, especially that it's early in the season.
Yeah. Come on, Quick. Come on. We're down 101-91, about 5 minutes to go. And
why is Rivers still in this game?
I don't know.
Where's RJ Barrett?
On the bench.
Why?
Because Tibbs, you know what? People don't believe me when I say this. You got to be killing it if you're going to be a young player to get minutes under Tibbs. Because Tibbs is going to play those veterans. Well, they don't. 9 times out of 10, these veterans don't merit it, other than the fact that they are veterans. People have yet to believe me when I said that. They think I'm making it up because I'm trying to give, oh, God.
Well, I mean, Tibbs played Josh Okogie in his rookie season, like almost 30 minutes a night when he was in Minnesota. So, most of the time, but not all the time, Kevin.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Hold on one second. Actually, I just realized it's kind of dark. Hold on one second.
I'm so crazy, Dave, that when Dame was eating him up in that first quarter, I thought they would put in Frank maybe or try something else because I think he's available. But anything, man, I was like, geez. Try something, man.
You know what's funny that you made me think of it? That they
just did it again.
They didn't double Dame until 46 seconds left in the second quarter, right? And I'm wondering, like, why are we not just doubling him? I'd rather have Robert Covington, Rodney Hood, and Carmelo beat me than Dame scoring 30.
Yeah.
I said if you listen
especially with McCollum out, like you said, man.
Right.
I was on Ron Cleveland's show earlier. And I said, you know what? Let Damian Lillard score 30. What we don't need is people like Gary Trent and Derek Jones going off like they have. Because we can live if Damian Lillard gets 30. But what we can't live is people like that getting 15, 16 points. I literally said the same. If you go back and watch Ron Cleveland's show, I said that. I was like, we cannot
but Lillard has had over 30 tonight. He's killed us.
35.
So that's the point. That I'd rather let him become a facilitator off that double team. I'd rather have Derek Jones, Robert Covington, and these guys score 15, 20 apiece and beat me that way.
I don't want
Kid is killing us with 16
I don't want
tonight off the
Simons
bench.
and
He's been off.
Simons and Trent have combined for 7 for 12 from 3. That's not something that I think that I would want any given day. That's why I said I don't want anyone else killing us.
Yeah,
I would have lived with Damian Lillard having a big game, but
nah.
It's the fact that we're not getting any kind of this game for us is so ugly offensively because, like I said, it's just when you go up against it. I've said this many times before. I said if you have us who wants to play this slow down, drag out 1995 style game, that's not going to work in 2021 when teams want to move the ball. And when we play a team that is proficient offensively, it's going to look like this.
Yeah,
because we're not capable of. I mean, I think we are capable of it, depending on the matchups.
Well, to your point, right? And I was thinking this early in the second quarter. We're going to have a tough team against teams that like to push the pace because we just have terrible pace. Dude, we're 30th in the league in fast break points.
Yeah.
We have no pace.
Yeah.
There's no tempo. So, yeah, we're going to struggle against teams like this.
And, if I see Elfrid Payton again, this just goes to Elfrid Payton. Not saying that either one of these players had good shooting nights, right? But we can pretty much agree that Knox and Rivers are probably better shooters than Elfrid Payton.
Absolutely.
I would feel more confident with either one of them. So the last play of the second of the half, when Elfrid Payton had the ball and had Rivers in one corner and Knox in one corner, both open, and he drove it in and got blocked. It's like what are you doing, Elfrid Payton?
Elfrid Payton's
killing me. You're killing me, Elfrid.
Yeah.
It's been the whole season with this crap, bro.
How did Tom Hanks say it in the League of Their Own? You're killing me.
Yeah, but in our case, there's crying in basketball.
Oh, yeah.
Because when you watch this, you just shake your head because you're like, I know kids in high school who wouldn't make some of the moves that Payton makes because it's some of the things are textbook, and you're like, why are you doing that? You should have learned that you don't do that, or he's always doing things that just shock you. He's always been like this, though. It's crazy that this guy Payton is only one of 5 guys in history, besides Westbrook, Robinson, Wilt, Michael, to have 5 games in a row, 5 triple doubles in a row. Yeah. So how could you put together that level of play in a month, basically, over a week or so, and then revert back to just Mr. Inconsistency? That it breaks your heart. That how could you have that for such a short thing and not try to harness it for? I'm not saying you're going to get a triple double every game, but play smart. And to
Alfred's defense with the Pelicans, they have more shooters, and there was more lanes for him to create. That's not available here.
That's for sure.
And Payton doesn't have the IQ in order to get guys where they need to go in order to finally break the zone.
But I think you said it earlier, which I thought was really deep, because I don't think he wants to.
Yeah,
it's of no interest. It's not of any interest to him to say, watch film and say, Knox likes the ball not only in the corners, but he likes at the left high key 3. Historically, that's his spot. He's nice. Come on, quick. Oh, that was a brick and a half, boy. But
let me ask you a question. This is hypothetical.
Yeah.
If Washington made Russell Westbrook available, and you can get Russell Westbrook for peanuts.
What's your definition of peanuts?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Washington would give Russell Westbrook away at this point in time.
No, they won't.
They're like, what, 3-12? 13 on the season?
I'll tell you in a sec. They are... Here we are. They are 3-9.
Really? I thought they were. Well, they did lose some games.
The Pistons are 3-13.
I forgot they had some games canceled on them.
Yeah.
I
don't think Washington would give up Russell Westbrook for nothing, if that's what you're trying to point out.
Well, here's the thing. Could we get Russell Westbrook without giving up Julius and or RJ?
Who are you willing to give up?
I mean, if it's like, okay, if you say not Julius and not RJ, probably not Obi and Quickley, and everyone else is pretty much available, right?
You'd give up Mitch for him?
Yes.
That leaves us with Noel and Taj Gibson. Fantastic.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure we can swing something. But I'm saying if there was like another team or something involved, and I would give up. If they asked Mitchell Robinson, I wouldn't say Mitchell Robinson is off the table. No, I'm not going to say that.
Okay,
you can get another center.
Here's another thing I realized tonight too. Julius Randle, and look, Julius Randle's had a good season, a much improved season, and he's played a lot better. But he's still not your number one guy.
Nope.
He's not your number one option. And the Knicks have to realize that.
Come on, quick. Get that screen. Get that screen.
I think I'm a little bit ahead of you. Am I on cable? Because I'm ahead. I guess you're.
I'm on my iPad on the go, so I'm about 10 seconds off. Yeah.
Oh. What's funny is Julius Randle just tried to muscle Cantor, and Cantor was like, "Nah, I'm not having that." Like, no, you're not really that much stronger than me. I may be a lot of things, but strength is something that I got.
Cantor was muscling Mitch down a little couple of times as well.
Yeah. Hey, he's a real weird dude. He's one of the best offensive rebounders in the game. He has some really nice footwork on the offense. It just goes downhill on the defensive side.
Yeah. Wow, Cantor could play defense? Wow.
Yeah, he'd be writing his own... well, he's made his money in this league, that's for sure. He signed that one giant deal.
Oh, yeah, Cantor's thing. Enes Cantor will find a job. He'll always find a job somewhere. Like I said, with Mitch, could we get another center? Yeah.
Damn, Julius is 6 of 16 tonight.
Oh, man. Push. I don't know, what was that? Was that Rivers? Yeah, it was Rivers. I saw Rivers on a 2-on-1 break. Literally, it was a 2-on-1 break that turned into like a contested jump shot. Contested jump shot for RJ. He made it. But it was like, how did he go from 2-on-1 fast break to this being 5-on-5 all of a sudden? How did that happen?
Happens a lot too. And guys see guys lay 2 on transition too. I don't understand it.
Come on, put it up, kid.
Nah.
Oh, he drew a foul.
Yeah.
Yo, he's going for his career. He's already got his career high. And this usually is 3 in a row for him, so.
Yo, imagine if Quickley has some counters, bro. He had like some escape dribbles and wow.
Yeah, but also they got to work with him to do a pull-up jumper rather than 15-foot floaters.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Come on, Mitch. You got to get a better screen than that. One more step, he would have had a better screen. Got to look at
Is Mitch ever really like
also they challenges?
Are they trying to say it's an offensive foul on Mitch?
It could be.
His feet were moving.
You know, I was looking at our overall stats today. It's just so bad offensively, man.
Oh yeah,
That's shocking news.
It's no, but I didn't like. You know,
and
really
it's shocking with
it.
this space age offense that we're running too.
Oh yeah.
Like I said, we
who invented it? Is George Jetson?
I think his dog Waldo, or what was the dog's name?
Oh man, was it Waldo? Yeah.
I was too worried thinking about Jane.
Yeah, this is. I mean, the sad thing is like we're down like 7, but you wouldn't think that we'd be down by 7 after watching the whole game.
Yeah.
But defense kind of zeroed in, especially started at the middle of the third quarter.
I mean, well, they started. Portland started so hot, like they weren't missing at first.
Right.
It was crazy.
Did you see that kid Simons? I said to a few people last year that I was hoping that maybe we'd go after him because he wasn't playing much at Portland. The kid can shoot.
Yeah.
And he hasn't found his game yet, but when he finds if he finds his game, he could be a steal. The kid could put it in the hole. He doesn't have obviously great point guard skills.
Right.
He's the backup point guard now, but You know, if you could put
He
the
can
ball
score
in
and
the
shoot.
if you can score and shoot, that's something that you want to try for development. All right, so statistically, he should be hitting 3 in a row. Although I just jinxed the poor kid. So
Last of the league in assists.
yeah,
Jeez. It's just.
That what happened if your starting point guard is Elfrid Payton. Elfrid Payton.
And Julius Randle is your best playmaker.
yeah. 2 assists tonight for Payton for your starting point guard in 24 minutes. It's just yeah. He's just
And Will barbecued him.
oh well. Again, I'll use your line to his defense. He's done that to a lot of people in this league. He's 30 years old, so he's still in his prime. Yep,
But I'm saying that Peyton's calling card is in order
defense.
to bring some defensive reinforcement, especially at these explosive, dynamic guards. And
and that he was supposed to bring quote unquote the physicality tonight.
Yeah,
he didn't bring. He only brought invisibility.
Yeah, right.
Rivers on him. Okay, pass.
That we're only down 4. Come on.
Real.
Come on.
Pass the ball. Oh God! This is what I hate. This is what I hate. There's no point for if.
Okay, you're ahead of me. So let me see.
Swing it around, you.
Everybody's just standing around.
Yeah,
like Julius Randle, pound, hold it. I'm gonna hold it.
You forgot 2 pounds in there.
That's a really bad possession, man.
It's like Julius, swing the ball, move the ball. What does Tom? You know, as much as we have to say, what does Tom Thibodeau be saying in film studies? It's like, you know what? This is bad. I just understand how people keep saying, and I like Julius. Julius had a good season so far, but he'll do some things that remind you of
the old Julius.
The old Julius.
He did that earlier tonight.
That play just now was the old Julius.
There was nothing going that possession whatsoever. It was like a kind of like Julius, bail us out here instead of running a good offensive set and getting a good shot.
Oh shit!
So instead of going down by Paul and cutting it to 2, we turn the ball over.
And he hits the ball out on the jump ball in a way that you're like, yo, man, it's gonna go out of bounds. He hit it like that, and sure enough, it went out of bounds. All right, folks, 43. I have 43 seconds to go.
Yep. Yeah.
106, 102. Quick has his career high, ladies and gentlemen, at 26 points. God, is my eyesight going? I'm gonna need to get some new glasses. I noticed over the last few weeks I can't see.
Gotta eat some kale, Steven.
Yo, man. They don't grow kale in the Bronx.
Shit, man. They sell it at a ShopRite or something like that.
I'm only goofing, I know.
I'm trying to get some shooting numbers here.
In the first half, we shot well.
Yes,
but they just shot. They
shot really well.
Yeah. So far we have 3-point percentage. We're 41% for the night. You can't ask anymore. We're out shooting them. They're 37% for the night. But the big difference is they're 17 for 46. We're 12 for 29. That's a lot of extra points, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and 43% from just a regular overall field goal percentage versus 47 for them.
Yep.
We shot well from the line, only missing 2 tonight, 20 for 22.
Yeah, but only 18 assists.
I know, man. And
we actually had 9 steals tonight.
9 fast break points tonight. Wow,
that's
great. For us, that's unbelievable.
It's like, is this really a system? Like Tibbs is like, I know they're out there gunning and running and shooting threes, but you know what? Let's keep slowing it down, guys. Let's take our time, even though they're up by 20 and they're pushing it. They're gas pedal to the metal, and we're just like, you know what? Let's slow it down.
But they have no choice, bro. They can't run and gun. They don't have the offensive firepower to do that.
Listen, say what you want, but I would have.
Look at these shooting stats, bro.
Here's my thing.
He's assuming stats.
The Knicks have shooters that you could have put. Like I would have had Rivers, Quickley, Burks, Knox, and Julius out there, and it was like, let's go, just go.
I like how you got Knox in there in the starting lineup.
I'm saying I trust Knox. He might have been over 3, but I still trust Knox. Here's the thing. You think, oh, it's funny I got Knox in there, but I still trust Knox to shoot threes. If he shoots them, I think he's one of the better shooters on the team. So why not have him out there? Like, you might not like him, but that's just it is what it is. At this point
I don't. It's not about liking or not liking. It's just about what he does on the basketball court. But
you want him to shoot threes, right? That's what he does, right? Shoot threes. That's what we needed.
It's not starting over Allen Berg.
Yeah.
I literally said Quickley, Rivers, Burks, Knox, and Julius.
Oh, so you want Knox at that 4 and Julius at the 5?
It's not like Portland was big.
Oh,
Portland
boy.
playing big tonight?
Kano would have ate up Julius if Julius is at that 5 tonight, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a payoff.
Come on, man.
It's just a payoff that you got to have. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you got to sacrifice defense for offense. At this point, when you're down, you have to at that point. It's like you can't complain like, oh, man, we got to keep playing defense, but there's no offense. No, put offense out there and go. You can't be either or. Which one do you? So you want to play defense or you want to have offense? Which one is it?
With your starting lineup, sir?
I didn't say starting. I didn't say starting lineup. I said in this game when we were down and you wanted to have offense on the court, that's what I would have went to.
Yeah, but it would have sufficed the defense.
What defense? We were down 20 already.
Dude, and we came back, bro. What are you talking about?
Came back. You know, they say that close is only for horseshoes.
Oh, jeez. Your lineup, we would have been bursted out of this gym by 35.
25 was their biggest lead tonight.
It would have been entertaining, though.
Whoa. I thought that went off his foot.
Let's see. I'm about to see right now.
Foul.
Okay. Off after that Julius make. Oh yeah, cool foul.
Come on. You know, and also Tibbs said after the Sacramento game that we didn't come out with energy.
Yeah.
Didn't seem like we had that great of energy tonight.
Yeah, after and playing against a team I didn't play in a week.
Yeah.
We have one more on the West Coast, right?
Utah.
Yeah, Utah. That's on an 8-game win streak. But what I do like, and this is things that I expected this year from the Knicks, they were competitive still. They came back, they made it a game, they didn't hang their heads down and get blown out by 20 on the road. They came in, they at least made a game out of it. And of course, it's another L, but those are the type of things that you get encouraged with in order when you go into film and go into next day's practice and stuff of that nature.
Yo. Did you see that play by Quick just then?
I'm about to see it right now. Oh, nice crossover. Oh.
Sweet.
No, but he thought he wanted that foul on the floater, though.
Yo, I don't know if that was a pass or he lucked out and Mitch.
No. He wanted that foul on the floater, and you see, he just threw it up, and then Mitch being the jumping jack he is. See, last year we would have lost by 25 this game.
Yeah, and also the thing on the film saying, hey, we're down by 6, and Barron only shot 9 times and had 8 points, and we're that close with our second, key player.
Yeah, I don't know why we didn't see him in the fourth though. I'm a little confused by that.
I know we've overachieved as a team, and I have to back up my brother Kevin in that I've scratched my head on different rotations on Tibbs, different decisions, taking out guys that are hot, just being so regimented on his substitutions that you're like, yo, come on, man.
Can we also now? I just want to say this. I feel so good. Can we please stop with the Frank thing?
What Frank thing?
Yeah, what Frank?
Exactly.
Oh, well, I brought him up
I am
earlier
tired
only
of
because Dame was lighting up Payton, and it's like, what do we
man.
do? Let's
I
try throwing
saw
a defensive player on him.
Knicks Twitter went crazy and they said, "Oh, Frank is back," and it's just literally Knicks Twitter went crazy, and I ain't seen Frank not one time. When we needed defensive stops, was Frank out there? Nope,
Yeah,
not at all. So can we please be like, you know what? Frank is not going to see the court.
Hey, what does our guy Ron Cleveland say about players like?
On the first plane to
Availability.
Oh, well, he was available tonight. That's the thing about it. He was available.
Well, but and I think Tibbs' eyes and everything. You're just coming back. You're going to be rusty and everything. That
has not listen. That has not stopped him from putting in Burks and Rivers playing big minutes.
He did it again. This kid, God.
Oh, again?
Yeah, man. He's got skills to draw fouls.
Oh yeah, man. He got
like
to the line in college like 5 or 6 times a game, man.
Yeah, and he shot 92% in college, and it looks like he's shooting.
He's 93.
93 here, man. So that was not an anomaly, man. That's who he is.
Mm-hmm. Man, wait until he gets a better ball handle and some moves, man.
Yeah,
Oof.
and also he puts a little more muscle on. Because they take him to the hole easy now on the defensive part. And he's saying to himself, my God, Dame's talking to me now. Oh, my God, Dame's talking to me. That must be crazy as a kid, man. 2 years ago, you have somebody's poster up in your room, and now the guy's saying...
He's chatting with you.
Yeah, it's like, hey, kid, keep the game going. That must be crazy, that, and lining up for a foul shot and LeBron's next to you. You must be going...
Yeah, but Dame was in his ear about how he got that call. and Quick was like, because you went under me, bro.
Yep. It's like, I'm 30. Wait till you be my age. You'll get those calls. You too young. You too young, son.
That's crazy. Dame is 30 already. Wow. Time goes by fast, bro.
Yeah. But one of the things, the prejudice, because he went to a small school, people are like, man, he can't do that in a big school, in the NBA.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, well, he did it. Ja did it. McCollum did it. A lot of guys. Yep.
Oh, yeah, man. And it goes to show you, how many years pass by and how many scouts miss players like that throughout the years, because they were just caught up on the, on the big hype train and the ESPN 100 and stuff like that.
Come on, Tibbs. One of these days, why are we going to have to go into a bad losing streak for him to finally say, all right, Payton, you're out. I'm going to put Quick in for the rest of the year.
Gotta. I'd rather him go through the trials and tribulations of it.
If he has Payton's minutes, he could have 20 points, from 16 to 20 points a night, this kid.
It's a possibility. But, yeah. I mean, we still have a problem at the point guard position with him there. But at least he brings a scoring punch, and he spreads the floor, and now there's more lanes.
Yeah. And also, it
is interesting. No, I was just going to say it is interesting that RJ hasn't been in the game, and Austin Rivers hasn't done anything.
Yeah. I don't understand that.
Yeah, Austin Rivers only has 3 points.
And before RJ left the game, he had something like 6 or 8 straight points.
Covington's down. Man, that guy can play D.
Oh,
yeah. What happened?
Probably he got
elbow.
Julius just punched him in the face. That wasn't even that was like a straight punch to the face. Wow, Julius.
Let's see. It was Canna. Canna brought his arm up. See, Canna brought up Julius's arm up.
Canna reminds you of the guys that you played hoop with. That guy could be a super, super nice guy, but every time you play with him, your eye gets cut.
Right.
You get another thing. I'm like, I'm either going to kill this guy or I don't want to play with him anymore. Every time I play with him.
I just pick him up. He'll be on my team. He throws up the other guys.
Yeah. He's like, damn, that Turkish dude just hit me.
Quickly shot 50% for the field, 5 of 8 from 3, 5 of 5 for the free throw line.
I thought 8 for 8.
Okay, well, it might not update it. My fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. 8 my fault. 8 of 17 for the field. That's still 47%.
3 rebounds, 3
only
assists.
1 turnover.
1 turnover. The kid is wonderful that way. 2 personal fouls.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a shame he could have had his first 30-point game, man.
He's got to He's got to start. It's enough's enough, man.
Yeah.
Just enough's enough. He has to be out there with that starting lineup. It's going to give the starting lineup so much more flexibility.
And as crazy as it sounds, with that kid, the more he plays, I think more he'll get his rhythm, and he'll shoot even better, I think.
Yeah. Then the next thing is we got to get Obi started, man. He actually hit a pull-up tonight. He hit a one-dribble pull-up. Saw that?
Yep. And, I saw it was sweet. So.
And we want to see more of that. Look, listen, man, make the mistakes. But get into your moves. Get into that post, face up, get separation. I don't understand what he's scared of.
But it also shows that Nurkic, their center, who's a very good player, and besides McCollum, who's phenomenal, they're losing 2 of their best players, and we still can't beat them.
Yeah. Well, that's been the case a couple of times this year.
Yep. Hey, the Nets.
No, Cleveland was even worse.
Yeah, that's right. Sexton and Garland
Damian
were out,
Dotson
and
was
4
running the
rotational players were out.
Yeah, and Obi does this thing too, where like when he slashes baseline and they cut it off, he doesn't know how to escape dribble back. He just he has his head down and continues going baseline. Yeah,
and one pass got deflected where he was trying to kick it out, but he's in nowhere land, and he's done that a few times now. And especially, in any sport, don't leave your feet. If you leave your feet, you're in trouble, man. Trying to pass and everything, got nowhere to go.
Right. So now, when I see stuff like that, Steven, now I gotta look at Kenny Payne.
Yeah,
and I gotta look at even when I think Bryant is really more on the bench this year, coaching as opposed to developing as he was before. He was definitely promoted, but now I gotta look at Kenny Payne. I'm like, Kenny, what's up, man? What's up with my man Obi? He wasn't doing this in college.
Yeah.
I look at, like I said, to me, it's just what what the coaches want.
Quick got instincts, man.
What did he do now? Let's see. Another foul?
No.
Oh, nice pass.
See?
I hate to say this.
He's one of the few that sees that lob.
Thank you. Yo. Hey, RJ's finally back.
No.
Man, what in the world?
No, he didn't.
I would pull a Scottie Pippen right now.
Hell no, RJ ain't got that juice to do something like that.
I would pull a Scottie Pippen and be like, I ain't even going in.
That's nonsense.
How did Missy Elliott said, you ain't gonna use me for just selling hooks.
Showing picture my man Clyde. God, what a surreal year this is. Doing the broadcast across the street from the Garden.
No, Rivers is still. So who's out? Hold on, I'm confused. If Barrett is
I think they took Julius out, Kevin.
Oh, okay, I got it now. Yep. So they're going really well. They going small. So
Julius 7 of 18 tonight. RJ Barrett only took 9 shots.
God, the game's changed so much.
He only played 22 minutes.
Yeah, I know. Oh, who?
Barrett.
Yeah, 23. Yeah.
I don't understand that.
Yeah.
Knox 17 minutes. Big donuts. It's all right.
18 minutes, but yeah, the song remains the same. 1 rebound. That's his.
I mean, do y'all want him to be Dennis Rodman or something?
Yo,
come on.
Harlem Globetrotters, man. Curly Neal. It only took off 5 seconds on the clock. Nothing big. Come on, Tibbs. I thought you were coaching against that stuff.
They did a great job of dragging out this game, though.
Pardon me.
It's over. It's over.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah,
But
I just want the kid to hit a long three so he gets over the 30-point mark.
Like a Teresa Weatherspoon 3.
Yo, now you're talking.
Miss Teaspoon. Did you watch the debate last night, Steve?
I did not. And Freezy knows me, and it's not my cup of tea personally.
who ended up winning, Kevin?
Sports Vibe won.
Mm.
I
What
blame
happened to that
myself.
all infamous Chuck talk? Because I was there for like a round or two. And he was terrible.
Man, I beat Chuck. I'm doing. Now,
Oh,
mind
did you?
you, I'm doing who eliminated
Yo,
Chuck.
30 points. 31.
Yeah, he got his 30, Steve. There
Yeah.
you go.
I was about to say I eliminated Chuck, and Chuck wants to sit here
We'll
and
take
go on
it.
different TV shows. But I won. I did this, and no, Chuck, you lost. Okay, don't be like Trump. Take a loss. Go home.
Yeah, from that one round I saw that he had some really weak points on certain things.
Yeah, I'm a boxing fanatic from a little age and fight fanatic, whether MMA or anything. I predicted Conor was going to lose yesterday to my friends.
Did you bet on it?
I'm not a bettor.
Oh, okay.
That's not my. It's just not who I am. But it was funny. I was talking to my wife. We were reminiscing. We lived in Bayonne early in our marriage.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, and we lived in this complex, like a garden apartment, and there was a little grass area in the back, and it was all young couples like ourselves. And I'm hanging out back there, and I hear some guys talking behind me, and one of the guys said, "No, they lost yesterday." And I turned around and I said, "No, they won by 3 points." And he went, "No, they didn't beat the spread." And I reminisced that I've never been a gambler, and I was very alien to the way I would
Right.
look at the game, and it's amazing how many people look at the game that way. And because I said, if you're looking at the game that way, then it's jaded. You're not looking at the pure game. That if you're worrying about that stuff, so
Right.
it's
I hear that, Steve.
yeah. So, but I saw on McGregor 2 fights ago when he fought a really good fighter, he got demolished and he got lit up. Then they set him up the old fight way with a bum, and he looked great. But I said, you know what? He's 32. He hasn't fought. And I looked at his training. I said, he looks old. He's the type of guy that if you didn't take him out in the first round, I knew he was going to get it. And sure enough, he got it.
Right.
Yo, let me just do some business for a second to the
Go ahead.
family. Quiet Money, shout out to you. Salute. How you doing, family? I wish we had better news tonight, but we lost 116-113, a gallant comeback. Our boy Quickley had his first 30-point game. In fact, 31 points. So, but who's going to start, ladies and gentlemen, the next game? Alfred Payton. So, but let me just come. AK Sour God. Daryl Pemberton, morning, noon, and night. How are you? Great guy, 47 buds. Our future gaming. You have Quiet Money. I agree with you. Our boy Quick needs to start already.
Yep.
You know,
That's enough.
yeah, IQ already has a higher career high than RJ. 47 buds. Thank you for that. Yeah. Donald Cannon. Hey, salute to you, man. Donald Cannon. Again, OG. Hope all is well. Brandissimo, Robert Kahn. Let's see. Where's my Robert Parr? I know Robert Parr is around here somewhere, but I'll just do a shout out for Robert Parr anyway. He's always supporting us. Juju92, Jeremy, Sports 5 TV. Keith, I hope all is well. Did he win yesterday?
Yeah, Kevin. That's who Kevin said he won.
Hey, congratulations! So going back to that, I love my fighting. If you don't have an opportunity to knock somebody out, I would not watch fights if everybody was going to go to a decision. So, but that's cool. That's what makes the world go round, and I hope it was a good night for everybody. So,
I mean, I'll let you finish before I go into it.
Just a couple other wacko Knicks fanatic, Sin Mears. Rascal 109. So everyone, thank you for your support. I know there's 47 different Nick content developers on at the same time, But please hit those like, subscribe, and remind the bells so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night and Knicks Morning Drive broadcasts. Please share the link on your favorite social media platforms so we can grow those Lawrence Tears families. And thanks again for helping us blow past the 1,280 subscriber milestone. 1,500, here we come. We greatly appreciate. Shout out to our mods, Bodega Wi-Fi. Hope everything's all right. Sima Singh and the new Knicks. We appreciate all you do. L. Marshall, how are you? Everyone. All right, Kevin, I'm sorry. Just wanted to take care of some business now. We can get back to just our regular freestyle night and talking anything you guys want to talk.
No, I went into last night knowing that everybody was going to come at me on Kevin Knox. Like I knew, like whenever it was my turn to debate, people were going to like want to go at Kevin Knox, and I was just like, you know what? No, I'm not doing it. I am not falling for debate. And so I literally talked about everything else under the sun. I did not mention the only time I had,
which was a smart move on your part.
I had to debate Kevin Knox once because that was actually a question that was asked, because the middle question was like a question that you had to answer. And I was like, no, I'm not about to get baited into Kevin Knox. Like, I'm not. And it literally worked. But the reason Sports Vibes won that last round was I had literally run out of material to talk about at that point in time. And I was like, I do not want to talk about Kevin Knox. Like, I don't. And so I just I think my delivery came off because we only had a minute, like to get our points across. And what I wanted to relay.
I've discussed that with Freezy, with my opinion.
I have too.
That's way too short to.
Of course it is.
Yeah, and that. Yeah.
And so I couldn't relay the message I was trying to relay. It just got misconstrued, and it didn't come out the way I wanted it to come out.
Another thing too is that when guys freestyle topics, the problem is that they might agree on the freestyle topic. So you have to find something where guys can oppose and have opposing views in order to
exactly literally me and Sports Vibes, when we was asked a question, I went first. Sports Vibes just came after me and was like, I agree with Kevin and
right.
this.
Right.
And he got to win because I guess in his mind, like, the voters like, well, he agreed, but he went last. And he was a more fresher. We literally said the same exact thing.
Yeah.
So it was kind of a weird thing. Yeah, but I give it to him. He won, and I'm not gonna be like Chuck and try and dispute it or take anything away.
Hey, how did he call? Because again, one of the things I said to how did he? Before I say what I said to Freezy, how did they count the votes last night?
It was the first to 10.
All right, because I said to him, once you get a meter, man, because I don't know.
They take a poll, right?
Yeah, poll it, because there was a George Alvernia. I don't know if that dude's in here, but I saw him one of the other times a few things ago. He was voting like 2-3 times. I don't think people were catching it, and I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah, they kind of caught it on about that. A couple people voting more than once, but I looked at the first 10 like, okay, you'll see it like when he'll put vote in the chat, right? And so he didn't count anything until after he put vote.
Okay.
And then the votes will come in, but then you saw like after a certain amount they would pick up, but it would already be after 10. And so it's kind of like, well, a person would get a lot more votes later on, they wouldn't be the first to 10.
Yeah, I know, but it's a popularity thing rather than becomes that rather than somebody that really addresses a thing. And like you said,
because there was guys not even answering questions or even to the points, and they were still getting votes.
Yeah, so that's why I always Freezy. I love it. This is as I call him, Freezy McMahon. I know you love that promotion and everything, but that's not my. And also, I love you guys. I don't want to tarnish. I love our type of debates where we get animated or passionate. I like that, but when you try to formalize it in the other thing, then I don't want to tarnish anybody's rep, man.
It was another thing is a lot of times when you were talking like this in a normal different debate, you can kind of be more freestyle as in, okay, it's my turn, then it's your turn. then it's my turn. It gets a little bit robotic because it's like I can't really relate. Like you may say something, and then
in this
I won't.
format, you're saying, or in the
No,
format?
in the format from last night.
All right, cool. I just wanted to make sure I was following you.
Then it was just like here, like we can go off each other, like and just kind of have a flow with it. And whoever wins, like let's say me and you had a topic, right? And we just debated, like what's what I'm looking for, like just open with it, like just a back and forth kind of thing, to where it's not
Open
like your
dialogue.
turn. Yeah, open dialogue. Like it's not like your turn for a minute, then it's my turn, then it's your turn, and that's it. So like if you could just gave everybody like, listen, if everyone's like 5 minutes, go on a topic, here it is, and just let them flow for like 5 minutes, and then at the end of it, see who won that debate. That would have been a better way, because some people just flow like Chuck. Like me and Chuck can go back and forth openly, and then that's kind of how we do. Like some people are just better at that kind of format, to where it's just flowing out, to where it's not like, okay, I got 1 minute to sit here and say everything that I want to say, and I know I'm not going to be able to say it.
Yeah.
So
I think Chuck is hysterical.
he has a moment last night where he said Julius Randle was going to act.
But I just think he's hysterical, but I also don't think that that's the format for the best Chuck.
Right.
Because like you said, certain people are able to get their thoughts within a minute, and as always, you're trying to tell a story, and it's very difficult to tell a story for the point you're trying to make in a minute. But when you have Chuck being Chuck, without those constraints, whether right or wrong, I don't always agree with Chuck, but his delivery is money for me, because he's just hysterical.
Right.
So, but I don't want to, you always hear me goof the people's champion and stuff like that. I don't want to. He's one of our regulars, man. The last thing I want is to tarnish that reputation of my Chuck. I'd rather him say he's 29-0-2, and everybody's like, "No, you're not," but I'll let you say it.
Chuck lost it last night when he said Julius Randle next season is going to average 15 assists.
That's an easy way to lose.
That's when he looks like Julius Randle is going to average 15 assists, and he's the second best Julius since Dr. J.
Oh man,
I thought you were going to say Caesar for a second.
And I was like, oh wow, you just compared Julius Randle to
Dr.
Julius
J.
Irvin.
No way.
And that's how you lost it, Chuck.
Oh man,
Chuck did the tank, man.
Great.
Chuck did the tank with those answers. Oh man, I'm gonna have to call him out on that. How do you say that? That he's gonna have that's the quickest way to lose a debate, real quick. That turns everybody off. Click.
That's it. Went straight down here from that. And then Sports Vibe was really good. He baited him on DSJ.
You had a topic of DSJ for a guy. Man, you're hitting rock bottom if you have to bring up him as a topic on a debate.
That's how he baited him. He baited Chuck into talking about DSJ, and then everyone was like, "Well, no, Chuck, you're not going to win a debate about DSJ," because the first round format was like, okay, like let's say you and I went first, right? And you knew, okay, I'm going to talk about Kevin Knox, and I'm going to bash because everybody knows, like everyone thinks that Kevin Knox is just trash, and so it's on me next to come in and to defend the Kevin Knox. And that's where I was like, okay, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to fall for this trap. Well, Chuck fell for the trap of DSJ. And it didn't work out well.
Yeah. That's a sad story.
The only thing I want is, as long as the chat enjoyed themselves, it was entertaining for them. That's all that matters. That they had a good night, everyone laughed, and but also one of the things is I find it difficult that if you have 6 people, then 4 people are just hanging out. Why? What they're hanging out for God knows how long, while the other 2 people. So if you're on the chat and he's doing 2 people having that battle off, all the other people in the panel are just. You're not taking advantage of their insight. They're just sitting there while the other people are going through 3 rounds, 3 1-minute rounds and everything. So it's funny. Day and Kevin, I watched the replay of a show we did a couple nights ago.
Hmm.
It was Freezy, myself, you, the two of you, and I'm trying to think. I think maybe Zach was the other person.
Okay.
I think that's the optimum when there's only 4 or 5 people. I
Mm.
know StreamYard holds 10 people, but sometimes more is not better.
Mm.
And that there's too many people. I was watching the replay and I was like, man, this is tight. If I was
Mm.
driving home or I was working or whatever, and was listening to this is like good Nick talk. It's deep. A couple times, Kevin, you got passionate about Knox, but
That's
no,
every night.
no, but it's beautiful. I mean, that's the part of the thing. But you said what you needed to say, but we went through a few different things, and I was like, you know what? This show at its best, like that. Sometimes the chat, and you want an open door, no doubt, and stuff like that. But when you got, sometimes you see 10 people and 9 people, and as a mod, it's really difficult.
Hmm.
Um, that it's just, I don't think you can get the best show a lot of times when you have that many people in there. That I
Mm.
think 4 to 6, 4 to 5, man, you're killing it, and especially got the right mix too.
Right. You know what I noticed too? That when there's a lot of people, I have a hard time hearing people, and it
Yeah,
echoes a lot too. So even the quality diminishes as well.
yeah.
So
And
yeah.
and State, if you're listening, please get a new setup, man. I love the guy, I love his takes, but he has a terrible setup recently. That every time he comes on, it's terrible noise. The playback stinks the day later. So please, I'm asking you, your personality, invest in yourself. Get a better mic, get a better setup, so we don't hear snap crackle pop every time you're talking, and that you have to go on mute because the noise, the ambient noise, and everything else is just brutal.
Mm.
So Danny Landis is in the building. Hope all is well, Danny Landis. Yakin Haikar, brother BKL Contreras, C Mac, pseudonym Skype, Pedro Matos, Big Oso, Renee Cologne, Brooklyn Belly, all the family, New York guy. Hope all is well with everyone in this crazy times, man. I saw
Mm.
something today. I hope it wasn't true. I know maybe it was just speculation, but they said that Henry Aaron, who passed away unfortunately, but he just had the COVID vaccine, and my wife worked with a guy who just got the COVID vaccine, and he literally was like paralyzed for 3 days
Yeah.
after taking it. Thank God he's okay, but for 3 days it was very, very frightening. And I know that they're trying to get that thing out as fast as possible, but there's so many different strains and everything else that I just hope that people they're not they're being responsible, the government and everything, or governments all over the world, and not giving the people something that's not ready for prime time, or that can take a loved one like Henry Aaron from his family and from the public, because it's scary, man. It's just
Even in the pre-trials of the vaccine, there was people dying, and they were trying to hide it from the news and stuff like that. So people
yeah,
gotta be their own doctors these days. We gotta be our own researchers. Can't trust nobody.
yeah. Truest things, and one of the good things about the web, because the old days doctors were godlike, that you couldn't question them,
Yeah.
and now, but also the bad thing about what's happened now, they spend more money on marketing, that you can't watch TV without them having all these crazy commercials talking about some drug for something,
Of course.
and you're like, God, they spend more money than that, and than on the actual drugs. But it changes the whole paradigm of where people like going into now. I just saw this commercial going into their doctor. Hey, could I take this pill? And it's
Mm.
like, man, you shouldn't be. That's
That's a multi-billion-dollar business, Steve.
not multi-billion, multi-hundreds of billion.
Yeah. Right. So they ain't gonna go with that leash anytime soon.
Yeah, but what you said about all these companies that got that vaccine out, like you said, that's big money. So if
Oh
they,
yeah.
with your buddies, it's so corrupt. Whether
Oh yeah.
it's either side. People ask me, you Republican, you Democrat? I'm like, neither, man.
I'm human.
I'm human. Yeah, it's like they're criminals on both sides. I can't stand any of them, man. They don't
Hear
care
you.
about the people.
Of course not.
You know, I'm glad Trump's out, but Biden. I said to my wife about a year or so ago that Biden lives in Delaware, and I showed her a picture of DuPont, the famous chemical. So the DuPont family, he bought a compound in 1972, Biden, from the DuPont family. So it was like watching the Beverly Hillbillies, that type of mansion.
Mm-hmm.
So in 1972, so this dude has on a senator's salary in 1972. The corruption was so bad that that he was able to buy a mansion. So all these years later, from 1972, could you imagine? So it's like McConnell and Pelosi and both sides of the aisle. It's corruption. So now that Trump's out of there, they're back. We're back to the old days again.
That's right. That's right. That's
and,
right.
and it's the common people that get killed, man.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you heard. I mentioned it that I haven't looked at a newspaper or anything for a year and a half. I don't watch news at all.
Good
And
for you.
Yeah,
Good.
and that's why a couple of weeks ago, did you hear what happened? Nah.
No.
In Washington, I don't know. Tell me, man. Are you serious? Yeah, I'm dead serious. So I'm glad because that that's real depressing, man.
It's poisonous.
It's poisonous, and it's and it goes past that. You do a search on Google, and they're going to tell you what you want rather than give you variations of, that you can see different viewpoints.
Of course.
The same thing with Facebook. So Big Brother, man, it's getting worse than
It's
ever.
all over. Mm-hmm.
And I always say to that my parents are no longer here, but you know what? I'm glad because I don't think they'd like to see what America is here. So,
Steven, if you give me your contact info, I got about 10,000 pounds of information that will intrigue your mind about these type of topics, which I don't want to talk about here because it's not the forum for it.
What type of topics?
Oh man, anything from COVID to
oh no, like I said,
to the 1% to
if it ain't Knicks and if it ain't sports MMA and if it ain't funny, like funny stuff, I don't want to hear anything because I get crazy. I have my brain just goes over stuff over and over and over, and it gets me depressed, and that's why I made a decision because people
have fun.
Yeah, it's like, but it's the same thing on the newspapers. The front page and the back page too. On the sports, they're always pointing out the other stuff. So, Renee Cologne said Biden's been in Congress for over 40 years. Stuff happens. Try not to use curse words. I know it's after midnight and I'm down like that, but Freezy ain't. So he's the boss. So let's. Biden ain't. You know what? So. Try no curse words, please, Renee. But I'm not talking politics because, like I said, I
go down a long rabbit hole.
Long rabbit hole. But anywhere you look to me, they're corrupt. So it doesn't make what side you're on, man. It's an ugly world.
Anyway, let me shift to Steve. So back to this Emmanuel Quickley starting point guard. Do you know that I read an interesting statistic today that Emmanuel Quickley has a better assist to potential make basket percentage than Elfrid Payton, and he plays 12 minutes less than he does.
Wow.
So why is this even a discussion?
This is a discussion. Let me tell you why it's a discussion. I'll tell you right now. And people think they mock me, they whatever. But I say this and it's the truth. And I have my camera off because I'm eating and I don't want to eat on camera.
There's no problem.
So Tom Thibodeau will play veterans.
Mm-hmm.
He will play veterans over any young guy.
Mm-hmm.
And unless you are killing it, just like tonight, just killing it.
Yeah.
He is not going to play a young player. There are exceptions.
Okay.
There are exceptions. But in a totality, he's not. And you have to and I think you have to ask yourself sometimes, it's like, okay, what is the outcome? And where is this team going? Because you can't say, oh, we have this developmental staff and we have We have like it's all about development and getting the best out of our young players when you're not playing the young players. Because remember this, there was a time, literally right before the season, that there was a serious, legit debate on who's going to be the starting center, Nerlens Noel and Mitchell Robinson.
Yeah, that was.
And we can look at that now and be like, were you serious?
Right.
Like, really?
Right.
And the only reason I can see and say is because Nerlens Noel is a veteran. Like, if you don't have 5+ years in this league, you are not just going to get Tom Thibodeau's trust. Austin Rivers came in with no practice. Literally, didn't practice
played 25, 30 minutes.
And was just, and I'm like, why?
So let me ask you a question, Kevin, on that point now. Let me ask you a question. Did Tom lie to us when he said that players were going to get their minutes that they earned for practicing and playing and stuff?
Yep.
Is that a big lie?
Yep.
Bye.
It was.
Love you.
And I need somebody, Mike Volkanov or N. Begley or Berman. I want somebody to call him out.
Why not? We can do it right now.
Well, he's not. I'm sure Tom Thibodeau's not listening to us.
Somebody's listening.
But you know what? You never know. Another content developer is looking for ideas for a story. He doesn't listen to us and steals it for their own.
Yeah, it's a question I think needs to be asked. Like, we all knew going into the season that Tom Thibodeau liked his veterans.
And a tight rotation, about 8 to 10 people.
But it's to the point right now where it's more than evident that he is. And if Julius, here's the thing about Obi. Obi's not going to play more than has Obi Toppin played more than 15 minutes at all this season?
He played more than 15 tonight.
He did?
Yeah, 15:03.
Well, okay. Well,
you do a lot in 3 seconds. Ask Trent Tucker.
Obi Toppin is not going to play more than 15 minutes this season as long as Julius Randle is here. Like, regardless of how, and we want to, and as fans, we want to sit here and say, "Oh, we should have got Halliburton, and we should have did." There's nothing wrong with Obi Toppin. It's just Obi Toppin plays the wrong position.
I personally would have not drafted Obi as a GM if I had that 8th pick. But go ahead.
I here's the thing about Obi Toppin. Talent-wise, there's no denying his talent. There's no denying his athleticism. It's just going into I do believe 100%. I believe this wholeheartedly. Julius Randle would be in Oklahoma City right now. Oh, wait, no. Oklahoma City, yes.
And we have CP3?
Either he would be somewhere in the Southwest because either CP3 or Russell Westbrook. If CP3 once said he would have came to New York, Julius Randle would not be here right now. Period. Julius Randle would not be here right now if CP3 said he would have came to New York. But because him and Leon Rose are tight and they have like a friendship, I think he respected CP3 enough to say he wants to stay close to his family and he wants to play for a contender. But I believe there were too many reports for it not to have been true that Leon Rose tried to get CP3. Even Russell Westbrook, I think he tried to get Russell Westbrook. I think Houston just wanted too much.
I also don't think CP3 wanted to play here if there was no fans.
Yeah, but I mean, if this is like, I mean, it just goes. It just goes to show, like,
I don't see the correlation of why Julius would run out of town if CP3 came. Would CP unlock Julius's game?
No, well, I think at the time, here's the thing. At the time, no one expected Julius Randle to be playing like this. We all thought we was going to see more spin cycle Julius.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, hold your thought half a sec, Kev. Hey, Freeze, if you're listening, could you let Rob the Nick in? I sent him the link, but could you let him in from backstage? Thank you. Keep going, Kev.
And besides, just by pure salary, you would have had to include Julius. let's not forget this one thing. Leon Rose has no connection to Julius Randle whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
But Leon Rose drafted Obi Toppin. That was his. Remember the picture of right when they got Obi Toppin. Leon Rose jumped up with joy
Yeah.
for him to get Obi Toppin. Like that is his player. He has no ties to Julius Randle whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And so people keep thinking, "Oh, we're going to resign." Like, no, I really don't think long term Julius Randle is going to be here. I
Do
really don't.
Do you think he makes it past the trading deadline?
I brought this up last night, or was it the other night? Maybe on Ron Cleveland's show. Excuse me. You don't trade Julius Randle mid-season if the goal is to make the playoffs. Because if you trade Julius Randle, you are fundamentally changing the way this team plays mid-season. And that's just a hard thing to do because Julius Randle,
I will agree with that.
Operates has so much percentage of chunk of how this team operates that it will be completely fundamentally different if you took Julius Randle away. And that might be too hard to adjust in season. So
Yeah.
I can't see Julius Randle being traded during the season.
Don't you think that might be a matter of the record at that point in time?
Well, if this team is hovering 500 and between the 6 and 9 position in the playoffs, I think you keep Julius Randle.
Okay.
I mean, if the bottom falls out, then yeah, go ahead.
So then it's circumstantial.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're 8-10 now. So we officially hit the quarter mark for the year, and I know Rob the Nick. Hopefully he'll be getting in soon. Rob from day one, and I respect his insight. He said, "Let's give it 20 games," and I said to him,
That's fair.
Yeah, and I said to him, "Let's give him 18 games because that's officially the quarter mark."
Right.
So now that we're a quarter away, what's the decision to make? Put Quickley in.
Yeah. This is it. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
Especially what you were just saying about Obi. Quick looks like he makes that kid better.
Yeah.
You know, he's not, you know, they have a little chemistry, or hopefully they could have a lot of chemistry. What were you going to say, Kev?
Oh,
Sorry,
go
I
ahead.
got you in the middle of a bite. Sorry.
Go ahead. No.
Hey, just quick shout out Glenn Greenstein. Hope all is well. Again, Renee Cologne. I like your input. Thank you, and thank you for respecting the no cursing rules we have here. We're cool enough to say the curse word without saying the curse word, so we get it, and we get fundamentally what you're saying. And again, brother BKL Contreras, I like that dude a whole lot, man. And the new Knicks, how are you, man? The new Knicks, I call him a Renaissance guy. This guy, he draws, he sings, he writes music. He's a really talented guy. So,
Well,
go Kev.
Kev, let me spit something to you real quick because. Oh wait, were you in the middle of a point? I'm sorry.
I was just going to say about Quickley.
Okay, go.
Next, the Utah game will be a big test because you remember probably the worst game Quickley has played was the time we played Utah the last game, where Mike Conley kind of like abused him a little bit, and he didn't play that much. I still think Quickley is going to have defensively. He's going to have a hard time against like bigger guards, like Mike Conley's or the Russell Westbrook.
Well, Mike Conley's not that much bigger than Quickley.
He may be smaller actually, or he looked tiny. Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing: Mike Conley has, I guess, we like to call it that grown man kind of strength, to where Emmanuel Quickley doesn't have yet. So he can look small. But I'm pretty, he's a 10, 12-year veteran in the league and knows how to use his size of whatever against smaller people. Like I said, Quickley looked bad when he was playing against Conley the last time he played Utah.
Yeah, he's a savvy vet, man.
Well, I mean, Quickley's on-ball defense is decent. I have a little problem with him off-ball, and I have a little problem with him how he fights over screens. But as far as on ball, I think he'll be okay, especially if he gets a larger role.
Yeah, Conley's 6'1", he's 33 years old.
Yeah.
So 175 pounds. So
I guarantee Mike Conley weighs more than 175 pounds.
Yeah. I don't know about that. He's a skinny guy. Anyway,
you know who's tiny? The guy. I saw different publications talking. These people they're already going nonstop about potential trades for the Knicks, and Devontae Graham on.
Oh yeah, he's small.
He is small.
mm-hmm.
So I know he had a good year last year, and they have Terry, and they have obviously LaMelo, but I don't like my point guards that small, man.
No.
Yeah,
Like I said the other night, I want to go for THT. If I want to shoot for a youngin like that, I want to go there. Nice long guard, can run the offense, get inside the lane. I was going to
just
say
so my
Steve,
brain's right. You talking the kid out of Lakers?
Yeah, Tucker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He went to Iowa State, the same place Halliburton went.
Mm.
Yeah. So, and it was funny before when you said Leon Rose jumped up when they took the Obi. I did just the opposite because they didn't take Halliburton. There's a guy, Eddie Roldan, that I talked with in the chats for a long time and stuff like that. A lot of guys that knew me back when I was strictly in the chat side of thing that I was a big Halliburton fan. In fact, Raw Hebrew Remnant, we had a good dialogue that he wanted Devin Vassell, and we went over all the points, and I went, the big difference between Halliburton and Vassell is that Halliburton has skills to make the other guys around him better.
High IQ too.
Yeah, off the chart IQ and and vision.
Oh yeah,
he dribbles with his head up and does all the right things
and spreads the floor.
And I love that he gave it to the Knicks. I like a guy saying, "Man, every time you play me, I'm gonna haunt you." Rather than somebody that's timid and doesn't have that thing. No, I want you to know you made a mistake every time you play me. So
I hear you.
Hey, Quattro Cinco said Freezy said we should take a shot at Isaiah Thomas, and Quattro Cinco says he disagrees, and I second the motion.
Yeah, I agree with that. I disagree too.
Yeah, bad hip, and also if we want to go tiny,
it's 5'9".
Yeah, you want to play tiny, might as well go with Jared Harper.
Yeah, right.
You want to go that way. So I totally agree with you, Quattro Cinco.
Kevin, when Bullock comes back, because I think Burke is going to end up starting, which I had anticipated that already. That's going to leave Knox out of the rotation.
And if
Bullock will come off the bench before Knox if Howard Burke starts and Bullock is healthy.
We'll just have to see.
Kev, he's going to have a breakout game one of these days. He's having way too many 3.1 rebound games, man. And I know the number of touches, but he's in a position with injuries that we've seen over the last several weeks that if he didn't kick that door down to get his opportunity, then he's losing the opportunity.
That's why it was important for him to develop some ball skills, better ball handling, better moves to the basket, because he's just down the corner and he's just waiting until he gets the basketball. And guess what? Emmanuel Quickley, he's looking for his own stuff right now over Knox.
Yeah, or looking for Obi.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's not to say Quickley don't pass the ball, but it's just that, you got to be able to create your own shot in this league. And Knox can't do it, bro.
Here's the thing about Knox, and they said it tonight, is not the fact that Kevin Knox, I think it was Clyde. It's not the fact that Kevin Knox is scoring. It's the fact that teams aren't leaving Kevin Knox. Like if you look at the defense they were playing tonight, Kevin Knox's man wasn't leaving Kevin Knox, which opened the floor. It's just the presence of someone who another team knows can shoot. And that's the thing. And again, Clyde said that. He's like, Quickley, at one play, he's like, Quickley could get to the lane because he knows that Knox's man is not going to leave him. And so Knox is very present on the court alone. Even if he doesn't do anything, it's about like, okay, I know this man is killing it from the corner. So I can't leave him. Go back and watch the game. That's all I got to say.
To Knox's defense, too, he's been open a lot, and guys haven't found him on top of that. So there's been stuff with that in the half court as well.
Well, yeah, I agree. Listen, nobody wants Knox to have a bigger night than me. Okay? Nobody. But, again, like I keep saying, Knox is just playing his role. And maybe his role is just, okay, listen.
But he's not playing his role.
Not the ninth pick, Kevin. No.
No,
He's
you're
not.
right. I
Meaning,
wish. Listen,
if he didn't, but if he had 7 rebounds, 8 rebounds, and 1 point, everyone could say, you know what, he's doing some other things. But you can't get away with, 3 shots and saying, hey, he didn't have the touches, and then saying, all right, he didn't have the touches, but he only has 1 rebound. He had maybe 1 assist or 0 assists.
2 assists tonight.
Yeah, that you can't. It's those other elements, Kev. That's the hard part because he's. And like Dave was saying, man, you watch him constantly. He had over the last several games a couple of shots and he second guesses himself. You see him get it and then he dribbles and then he passes because he can't make his shot. But he didn't take his shots or didn't take some shots. Maybe they weren't corner threes and stuff. But whether posting up, putting the ball, he got fouled today, but it was like going a hole, and you're like, oh, here comes an ugly floater off the board. That's not.
I don't know. I think he was about to dunk that. I really did.
At the 9th overall pick, he's got to do more than just stand in the corner.
And after 3 years in the league,
I want Kevin Knox to do more. I do, and like I said, it's not the fact. And I keep trying to say people say, oh, he can't create his own shot, and I was like, Kevin Knox spent his whole rookie season creating his own shot. Who would set him up? Moutier?
Yeah. Hey, shout out to Sparks2718 in the chat. He said, "What's frustrating is watching Payton stand in the corner like he could shoot." That's not what's frustrating. What's frustrating is somebody passes him the ball into the corner. That's what's frustrating. It's like, or you see other options, but so many of the things that doesn't show up in the box scores, kickouts with 4 seconds left on the clock. So we're getting a lot of shots that are bad shots or fast shots because there's just no time left on the clock. So and
Alfred would have been great in the 90s or two. I mean, not great, but he would have been well suited. Yeah, in the 90s, 2000s.
I'm sorry he was born 20 years too late.
7 years in the league, and it's like, dude, you didn't take out a summer or two just to really develop that jump shot and make yourself more assertive in this league. It's sad story.
Hey, Gene Blue in the chat said, Knox is a stop sign post. He just stands in the corner, doesn't cut or do anything else. It's frustrating watching him now do the same thing every game. And I have to agree with you, Gene, in the sense that, Freezy brought up in my youth, it was a player on the Knicks named Bill Bradley. Great shooter. But the guy was like a maniac, Rodman-like. His movement. He just kept going until he got to open, whatever. You don't see Knox doing that.
That's not true. I saw that a couple times tonight.
But not moving with that level of. I saw him. He has this jog that this just going up the court. There's never a frenzied or an intensity. He's jogging up that court like this all the time, and I think that's the whole thing, man.
I mean, just tonight, how many times?
This is what I don't understand. What gets people about Knox is the perception that he's like either lazy or just like nonchalant. But just because he looks like he's jogging up the court doesn't mean like he's not trying or not into the play, like in his own head. Like that's just maybe he's just one of them. Like as my coach, I used to have a teammate. And he was like that too. The coach was like, "Why aren't you running? Like run!" And he was like, "Coach, I am running. It's just him. It looks so frustrating, but that's just him."
Sounds like a personality flaw.
You're knocking someone because you don't think they're hustling, when in fact, like that's just them. They just are fluid. There's such a I don't know how to explain it.
I think you explained it well, and I think you're right to an extent. But I think people put one and one together, so you see them run him like that, but then they see him a step behind getting through a screen. Or you saw his first foul tonight was an ugly foul. It was a bad foul. The guy I think was an and one. That he just had bad position, and you're like, come on, if you're that's where you're like saying. There's not intensity. You're not in the position. You're not getting through your screens. You're not boxing out. You're not going against the boards with that, ferocity.
Guys are always backdoor on him too, and get offensive rebounds on his weak side as well. So
Doug McDermott in the Indiana game was lighting him up that way.
It happened tonight too.
Yeah.
Derrick Jones Jr. did it.
Yeah, that guy has hops, boy.
But back to the with Knox not cutting, it's not just Knox. I saw Burks tonight not cut when they had a backdoor. I see it when Bullock's in there. I think it's the way they designed the offense as to they just and I've been saying it the whole season. I hardly see any backdoors.
They don't have an offensive identity. They don't. Their plays it's like
that's obvious.
They want to play like they have Patrick Ewing in the paint and Derek Harper and Oakley and Charles Smith out there, and it's like, okay, Tibbs, you do know this isn't 1994, right? You can beat. I've said this so many times. The Knicks should have hired like an offensive coordinator.
Yep.
Right.
But you could hire an offensive coordinator, but if you got guys who can't shoot,
right?
In today's NBA, it's funny. I was off a couple of weeks ago, and I jumped on Guillermo's show. So Guillermo says, "Steven, what are you looking for from the offense tonight?" And I went, "Oh, all right. Let me put a. I think they're going to kick the ball into Randle as their first option, and then on their second option, I think they're going to kick the ball into Randle. It's like there is no offense, and God forbid that guy sprains an ankle is out a week or two. I don't know what the hell offense this team would be running." So, hey, Mindspace Invader, I hope all is well. He's one of our friends from Thailand.
Nice.
So,
welcome Thailand.
Yeah, so the other day, Brad Johnston, I don't know if you're on tonight, he's from Australia. Alex Jorge is from Norway. So I'm really proud that the Blarnes Tears family is growing internationally. So, Mindspace Invader, thank you so much for your support. I hope all is well. And yes, oh my God, Knox bashing in here too. So he may have come from another Knicks broadcast that's on at the same time right now. And
here's the funny thing about Kevin Knox and people.
Oh man,
no, and this is the truth. This is the truth. We lost the game to Portland tonight, and we're talking about all the things that Kevin Knox didn't do, and Kevin Knox did this, and Kevin Knox did that. But we haven't mentioned Austin Rivers had one more point than Kevin Knox in 11 more minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Kevin, you heard me say this a month or so ago when we were getting ready for the season. People said Austin Rivers. I'm like, why is everyone so excited about Austin Rivers?
Right.
He's been on 5 teams in his career. He averages 2 assists. He shoots 64% from the foul line. He's a marginal player. On a good team, and he has some games where we saw 14 straight against Utah. He went off, and he went off in the bubble. But if he was such a great player, he would not have been that. Hey, here's something SKOE for you, Mr. Wright. Knox ceiling may be Rashard Lewis. Same complaints early on in their career. Similar game, eventually developed into a good pro. Hey, your mouth to God's ears, SKOE or SKO, that if we can get a Rashard Lewis out of Kevin Knox, I will be very happy, and I think everyone in this chat would.
That will work.
I just think right now Kevin Knox is just like the biggest scapegoat. And even though people are blaming Kevin Knox like we lost because of Kevin Knox when Austin Rivers.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that, Kevin.
You don't have to say it, but that's the narrative.
No,
the narrative is
when you're rooting for somebody so badly, and you want to see the kid do well, and he keeps, blanks, right. And then you start saying, "Hey, I don't mean anything. I'm rooting for you, kid, but you got to help. You got to help me help you. You got to make something. You got to show something different to your game. You got to get more rebounds. You got to get more assists. You got to do a step back. You got to get a mid range. You got to do something different than just hanging out in that corner. And we'll see 3. But he's also like Mr. First Half. Very seldom you ever see him turn it on in the second half of any game.
Yes.
Well, like I said, I look at because here's the thing. Did Burks score in the majority of Burks' points came in the first half, right?
No, he got hot in the third, Kevin. Come on.
Was it the third?
Yeah.
I remember he had like those 6 or 8 quick points in the first.
Right.
And I had to drive home, so I kind of missed the third.
Yeah, I'll tell you right
Okay.
now. He had Burks in the first half had 6 points. It was
Oh, okay.
2 for 3 from three. So yeah,
He ended
as
up with 18, Kev. Come on.
yep, as Dave said, man, he turned it on in the second half.
I missed the second and the third.
And he had
You're
3
right.
steals. And he crashed it for 4 rebounds. I mean, you can't. Nah, man. This Kevin Knox thing, it's got to
This
go to
had
bed,
see
bro.
again. That's putting word because you made it seem like I just said something about Alec Burks to bring up Kevin Knox when this had nothing to do with Kevin Knox, and
Yeah,
that's what I mean. Kevin Knox, you just use him as a scapegoat, and I didn't
Wait,
even say anything
wait,
about Alec Burks
you were
about
talking about
Kevin
Kevin
Knox.
Knox, and then you went, "Well, you see, I don't see what they say about Burks. What did he score? Most of his points in the first half? That's what you just said, bro."
No. I said Austin Rivers. I didn't say anything about Kevin Knox. I went from Austin Rivers to
Uh,
Alec Burks. You assumed I was talking about Kevin Knox.
mhm,
You
mhm.
want to go rewind the tape? Because I wasn't even insinuating anything about Kevin Knox. I had said Austin Rivers didn't do anything, and I said I don't recall Burks doing anything. It wasn't about Kevin Knox. But people want to make that's the thing about people. People know that I like Kevin Knox, so they're going to jump on me if I critique someone else, and they want to say, "Oh, something Kevin Knox. You didn't say that about him," but it's like had nothing to do with Kevin Knox. Like I can't critique any other player because
Okay, no
I like
problem.
Kevin Knox.
No
Yeah.
problem. You're right. You were on Austin Rivers and went to Alec, so that's my fault. But
Yeah.
Burks is a way better option than both of them fools. How about that?
Yeah. Hey, but this is thought provoking. The Mike J09 said, "I'm sorry, our defense with Burks starting is going to suffer rather than Bullock." What do you guys think of that comment? Thank you for the feedback.
Mm,
I know you don't like Bullock, but obviously,
I don't like Bullock. That's,
for some reason I got that impression,
um,
but he
Alec
has been
Burks. I don't
solid
think
on.
he's ever been known as a great. Here's my thing. I don't know that much about Alec Burks. I'm not gonna lie to you. I know he was a pretty good scorer. I just don't know if he's ever been. Everyone said,
He's a
"Oh,
decent on-ball defender.
yeah." I don't know. Like, I don't know if he's been like, "Oh, he's known for his defense like that." So, I mean,
No.
will he be a step down from defensively? Probably, more than likely.
Yeah,
But
but
I
he's
don't
more
think it's gonna
versatile.
hurt. I don't think it's gonna hurt.
But his offense negates that.
Yeah, he's more
Yeah.
versatile.
Hey, quick shout out for Wacko Knicks Fanatic. Thank you so much for the super chat. We greatly appreciate it. Wacko says Tibbs' system holds back a lot of these young players' strengths. Knox, Obi, Quickley has strict guidelines, and R.J. Randall Payton gets the most touches. Well, R.J. Randall,
Not tonight.
they shouldn't, and obviously Payton's a point guard. That he's, that's the reality. If when you look at the options on this team. People would say, why is Payton? Well, he's the point guard. He's going to have, from a usage factor, he's going to have the ball in his hands so much. So, but thank you, Wacko. Or should I just call you Whack? But appreciate the super chat. And so does our host, our leader, and our founder, Freezy. We greatly appreciate it. I apologize if I interrupted you. Were you about to say something, Kev?
If I was, I can't remember now.
That's cool. So again, Quickley, 24 minutes, 9 for 18, so 50%, 5 for 8, so over 50% from 3, 8 for 8. Boys, that boy money from the line. Three rebounds, 4 assists, no steals, no blocks, 1 turnover. As Dave said, man, this kid. But one of the stats doesn't. He probably drew 2 or 3 fouls today with that technique of his.
Yeah.
So, but as a team, again, this is the weird part of the thing tonight. 45% overall field goal percent, 41.4% from 3.
Yeah.
And 92% from the line. So versus other things like last year and stuff where we lost games because of our poor foul shooting, didn't happen. So. And
only 12 turnovers helps the cause too.
Yeah, and it's funny. Rivers was a +6. Not that you could ever tell it, and Quickley was a +2, but Burks having 18 points, he was a -5 tonight, and Randall was a -4 with his 25, 7, and 5.
Yeah.
So, but the big question mark tonight is Barrett.
Yeah.
that he's been playing so strong. Son, you've changed, you've made some bad turnovers late in games in this last stretch. But we look the other way because it's part of the growing process. But you're killing us if you only shoot 9 times. You only have one shot in the first half.
Do
Come
you
on.
think that played a part in it? His late game turnovers, why he didn't come back in?
He had 0 tonight
No,
in 22 minutes.
you had to admit, like Steven said, he's had some turnovers the last couple games late. Some
Yeah,
brutal turnovers.
brutal turnovers. Thank you. In crunch
Like,
time.
do you think that played a role in him not coming back in?
I don't know. A Mindspace Invader said he thinks Dame got into RJ's head today. I don't think so. I don't think anybody gets into his head other than himself. So
I
I think. Hey, Brad Johnson is here from Australia. Yo, Brad, what up? Thank you for your support.
When I was looking at the offense tonight, Barrett didn't really get a lot of touches, especially in that first half.
Yeah.
So, I'm not sure how that works.
Hey, Kevin, our friend from Australia said they need to run 2 or 3 plays through Knox to get him going and then see what happens. Good day, fellas. So, and you know what? We've been saying the same thing. Run plays like you have a timeout. You have a play that you run right after the timeout. You very seldom see them running plays or set screens or
Right.
or him to come around a curl or something for a shot. But yeah, it's either corner 3 or nothing. Or
the funny thing is, and I wonder how these practices. Because remember before the beginning of the season, and they said that they had all those practices leading up in like preseason, and they didn't even work on any offensive sets.
Yeah, they strictly.
So it's kind of it makes me wonder. Is like, do y'all really work on that many like percentages? Is it like 80-20 defense to offense in practice? Like, what do y'all really work on in practice? Because it can't be that many offensive sets because you don't have many offensive plays. Like that's I wonder. Like,
I thought you were going to go in a different direction. I thought you were going to say we're going to do all defense because our offense is just throw the ball to Randle. Okay, you got that? Okay, let's focus on defense.
I mean, that's kind of what it is. It's like, well, we don't need to work on offense because we have a system that goes through Randle. It's like Randle's Tim Duncan or something. I mean, Randle's playing great, but Julius Randle I would say this, and I might get a lot of flack from this. On a good team, Julius Randle cannot be the number 1 option.
No,
I agree. If you put him on a championship caliber team, he would never be the first option.
And I got into a debate on Ron Cleveland's show, right? Between him, because is Julius Randle an All-Star this season? And I said, well, as Knicks fans, we want Julius Randle to be an All-Star because of how he's played, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I was breaking it down because we all know.
And Julius wants to be an All-Star because he has a $900,000 contract stipulation if he makes the All-Star team.
So we all know it's broken down into forwards and guards now, right? On the All-Star balloting. So where does Julius Randle fall into when it comes to forwards? Like there's some people Giannis is going to get the votes. Durant is going to get votes. Tatum is going to get votes. Embiid is going to get votes.
Mm-hmm.
Those 4 right there are probably locks for an All-Star team, right?
And rightly so.
So next is like different because it's probably like 6. You might want to carry like 5 or 6 forwards, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is Sabonis, who's putting up probably, we looked about this,
most
right?
minutes in the league too.
Most minutes in the league. I think he's averaging like. Hold on, actually, I'll find out because this is. I was bringing up Sabonis, right? So Sabonis' team is better. Hold on. I can find out. Give me 1 second. Okay. Sabonis this season is averaging 21.7 points, 12.5 rebounds, 6 assists, shooting 55% from the field, 34% from 3. And so his numbers Because I didn't think Steve was getting that many assists. And people were like, oh, Julius had so many assists. It's like, well, Sabonis has 6 assists a game, too. And it's like, oh, well, you put Sabonis on this team, they're not as good. And I was like, why wouldn't they be? And so it's like, will Sabonis get a nod over Julius Randle?
Yes.
Yeah, no doubt.
And so it makes you think, will Julius Randle make the cut if you have those 5 forwards? And I'm probably missing another forward, just throwing one out there. But will Julius Randle really get a nod over those 5 right there?
Never.
No. So it makes me think, as well as Julius Randle is playing for us, and as Knicks fans, we love it because it's for us. But is Julius Randle really an all-star this year?
Probably not.
But that's the problem. What you just said was beautiful. When you compare him to the players, the fours around the league, you're like, Julius is having a good season, but he's not in that he's not in that level of those type of players.
No.
But when Knicks fans look at their team, they're like, Randle's an all-star. He's an all-star on the Knicks, but that doesn't mean he's an all-star in this league because we're so stacked, especially at the 4, man. Hey, I was watching KD the other day. He is such a special player. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and he's playing the 4 now.
Right.
So it's kind of like you're not going to get a nod over KD or Giannis. You can already cancel that. Yeah, that's not going to happen at all, Julius. And again, he's playing great for us. And I was telling Ron, I was like, we as Knicks fans got to back up and like, yeah, he's playing great. And then he was playing like an all-star. And remember early in the season, like, he's playing like an MVP. And I was like, slow down. And everybody was killing me because it was like, oh no, he could get MVP votes. And I was like,
that's crazy.
No.
Yeah, you don't get MVP votes for a team that's.
And I was telling him, I was like, Damian Lillard, we can all agree, Damian Lillard is almost as elite as you can get, right?
No doubt.
In this league. Put up elite numbers. Damian Lillard has never finished above 5th in the MVP voting.
Right.
And so for people to think that Julius Randle.
And remember, he was missing some all-star games too.
Yeah, the people thought Julius Randle. That's how punch drunk in love we were. It's like Julius Randle for MVP. I'm like, but people were killing me. They were killing me for me saying that.
Let me ask you guys a question. Does starting Emmanuel Quickley fix our offensive woes? Do we become a better offensive team if he starts and plays 25 to 30 minutes a night?
That's such a great question because there's such complexity to it. Because you say to yourself, if we start him, what's the price of him not playing with Obi on a second team? Because I think Quick is going to help Obi's development and his confidence. I think Quick will help Knox and his confidence. So I think if you put Quick on the starting team with Randle, RJ, and everything, and then you have Payton on the second team with those other guys, I think he's going to retard their development, as crazy as it sounds. So on paper, you'd say, Quick has to take this over. But then you're saying, but is the focus this year on development of this team? Because I know Freezy, I love my Freezy, but the other night he said, I think we're going to be making a deep run into the playoffs. And
he was tripping.
This dude's tripping. I love you, Freezy. If you're listening, I love you. But, I'm your consigliere. I'm not a yes man. And I don't know how the hell you can make that. I don't know how you can. Hey, my best friend just showed up. So, So every once in a while he lays next to me every broadcast, but every once in a while he just wants to come by and give his daddy a kiss. So
he's cute as hell, bro.
Yeah, he's my best friend. So his name is Champ.
So let me assess what you said. And
so getting back to it, yes. So please, because it's a very deep question, because it's very easy to just say very quickly that, put him on the All-Star team, but what's the ramifications for the other guys?
And before we draw a conclusion, I would say that him necessarily making Obi and Knox better, it may not be too realistic, because Tom has given Quickley the green light to shoot over get guys into the right spots and play make for them on a possession to possession basis when that second unit comes in. So whether he's in there or not, Obi and Knox look like they're not going to be playing big minutes and they're not going to get a lot of touches. So what I'm looking at is that the question was, would Quickley improve the offense? Like, would our offensive numbers as a team get better with him starting?
I think they would. I think all of a sudden we have a three-headed monster. That RJ, I think RJ, Randle, and Quick would change the offense very quickly.
Okay.
Because Payton can't do what Quick does. He can't keep him honest.
Right.
On a kick out, and also his drives. Even though he makes it into the paint, he's second in the league last year in getting to the paint behind Zion, getting to the rim, but behind Zion, Payton. Third was RJ, but
Right.
but getting to the rim and finishing are two different things. As you said in an earlier broadcast that we had, in college, he was like the leading floater, percentage. So the kid can finish. So
Yeah.
I think there's so many, and also foul shots, and there's so
Yeah.
many things that I think Quick could bring. But so hey, fellas, could you take it for a couple of minutes? My pup is saying, hey, could you let me out for a second? And
Go ahead, do that.
I'll be right back.
So what do you think about that, Kev?
Which part exactly?
Just the fact of, will the offense change and will we do better statistically as an offense with Quickley starting 25, 30 minutes every night?
Well, I mean, can we get any worse? I mean, that can't really get any worse than last. So yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, why you wouldn't trade Julius, which I mean, technically, honestly, and I've always been a proponent of that when it comes to trading Julius. Like, I would never give Julius up just to give him up. I would always trade him for something of equal value.
Well, we would need a first-round draft pick for this draft if we give him up. That's automatically on the table.
Depending on what you give him up for. Like, let's say you all right, let me throw a hypothetical out there. Would you trade Randle and, just because I don't want him on his team, Bullock and Frank for Russell Westbrook and the draft pick?
What's the draft pick?
Let's see. They got one from Houston, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, did they give one to Houston or did they get one from Houston?
I'm not sure. You have to tell me.
I'm trying to remember that Wall Westbrook trade because I know a draft pick got changed. Does anyone in the chat know did Washington give up a first round pick or did they get a first round pick? I think they might have got a first round pick. Let's just say a 2023 first round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Would you make that trade?
A 23 first-round pick. Russell Westbrook for Julius Randle, Reggie Bullock, and who was the third guy? Oh, Frank Ntilikina.
Yeah.
I'm back in the saddle again.
So I was asking.
That's a possibility. I might pull that trigger.
What about you, C? So I said, would you trade, like, if Washington called you right now and said, listen, this Russell Westbrook thing's not working, I will trade you Russell Westbrook and a 2023 first round pick for Randle, Bullock, and Frank.
Wow. I don't think I'd do it. I don't think I'd do it only because of the type of player. I know Westbrook is an elite player. He has, magnificent stats, literally Hall of Fame, triple doubles and stuff.
So right
like
now
that.
he's getting you 20 and 11. this season.
Yeah,
Plus, you have that opens up a starting spot for Obi, so Obi can flourish. So, you have Obi and RJ and Westbrook and Mitch in the starting lineup. Probably at Burks, as much as it kills me.
he's such a high usage guy, though.
Yeah.
RJ is a high usage guy. Randle wouldn't be there, but RJ is a high usage guy. What would the impact be on RJ?
Or Obi, or Quickley, or Mitch.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest with you, here's the thing. Russell Westbrook averages 11 assists, almost double the amount of assists that Julius Randle does,
and also a double amount of usage rate.
What's the usage? Let me see. It's
always around. It's always in the 40s, bro. With him,
Westbrook's usage this year.
Maybe a little bit lower this year because of the Beal presence, and plus he's hardly played too. He's gonna be injured a whole bunch of games.
He's played 7 out of Washington's. How many games have Washington played? They played. You said they're 3-9, so 12.
He's basically 30% this year. His
30%
usage.
Yeah.
So what's Julius Randle's? What's Julius Randle's usage rate?
I think it's 22.
I'll tell you right now. Did Chuck really say he was going to get 15 assists?
I promise you of everything I love. He said next year Julius Randle will get you 15 assists a game.
Chuck, I love you, Chuck. If you're listening, Charles B, Chuck, or King Charles, as some people call you, how the hell did you do that, my friend? That's oh my God.
I wasn't in that debate. Was I in that debate? I was in that debate, and I remember when he said, I was like,
Yeah.
What?
There's not a shred of evidence.
Or I thought you just went the minute he said that you put up the L. 27.2% for Julius so far.
27% usage rate, and Russell Westbrook has a 30% usage rate.
Yep.
So it's really not that much of a difference.
No.
But it would be higher, Kevin, because Beal's not there. So understand that.
I think Russell Westbrook has the ability to make. Here's the thing. I think our offense would be better because I think Russell Westbrook would get up and down the court more. I think he would push. The pace would be better.
Absolutely.
Because mind you, you're not just losing Julius Randle. You're also replacing Elfrid Payton. So really, if you think about it, it's a 2-for-1. Even though Payton will still be on the team, he's not starting.
I would need another pick, Kevin, before I pull that trigger.
I'm just saying, because look at it as a 2-for-1. Because you're getting rid of, not getting rid of like it's a bad thing, but not having Julius, plus you're usurping Elfrid Payton with Russell Westbrook. And so the pace of the team would automatically pick up.
Yeah, but you were talking the other night, 60-some-odd million that we have? He gets he gets 41,358,000 this year, 44 million.2 next year,
Jeez.
47 million in 2022-23.
But let's look at this, right? Okay, let's look at this. And as I said this, and we all look at like, oh, he's getting so much money. Oh, cringe. Who are we spending that money on, though? Because we
47 million.
But here's the thing. At this point by now, we know ain't nobody else coming here to take that money. So we might as well spend it on someone that's the thing. No one else is, we should know this by now that no one else is coming here. One, there's no superstar or any other big name free agent that is going to have that kind of impact next year. Unless you really, and I doubt it seriously. I really do. I don't think Kawhi Leonard is leaving the Clippers.
I agree with you.
Yes.
So there's nobody else to spend that money on the next 2, maybe 3 years anyways.
CJ McCollum?
I don't know. But some like Damian Lillard. Like Damian Lillard is like mad loyal. Like Damian Lillard has probably had a chance to leave. It's like, nah, I'm staying in Portland. I think CJ McCollum is that kind of dude too. From the vibes that I get from him, I think he has a really good rapport with Dame
Lillard.
Damian Lillard. So I don't know. Like, you probably wouldn't leave. And so it's like, really, there's nobody else coming. I mean, and we've seen Leon Rose make shrewd type moves to bring in veterans to fill in those roles too. I mean, who did he bring in that costs more? That she's paying more than $5 million to?
Yeah, I'm wrong. McCollum. For some reason, I thought no, he's through 2024. They extended him.
Yeah. So
and he's
again,
also 29. I'd like us to target somebody
younger,
like younger, 26, around in the beginning of their prime.
Yeah.
So you gotta look at it like this: spending money on Russell Westbrook because they got to go somewhere, and ain't nobody else coming here, in free agency. So hey, why not?
Yeah.
I mean, Julius is not our one, so and that's why. And plus, I love Russell Westbrook for New York. I always felt that was a good match. Just his intensity, his style of play. We would really appreciate it. But I need another draft pick.
Yeah, he's 32, but don't you think there's a lot of miles on that 32-year-old?
Well, here's the thing: you still got
like
Quickley.
4 knee operations, and
the thing, I think Russell Westbrook, and I don't think Russell Westbrook gets a lot of credit. One, this might be the first time in Russell Westbrook's career that he's on a team that's bad, and Russell Westbrook. Like I said this about Chris Paul. Chris Paul's never missed the playoffs. Russell Westbrook's never missed the playoffs either.
Yeah,
and we can say that Oklahoma City team that he was on 2 years ago, or the year he won the MVP, was like, ooh, how did this team get to the playoffs like this?
Yeah, but we always look at the gold standard of shooting: 50, 40, 90, 50 from 2, 30, 40 from 3, 90 from the foul line.
Penny Russell.
and Russell Westbrook is 37, rounded off 38 from 2, 30% from 3, and 66% from the foul line.
But here's the thing: he's always been that way, and he's a Hall of Famer.
He's Hall of Famer on statistics.
But he's okay. Hall of Famer, multiple-time All-Star, league MVP. I mean, you can kind of take. Well, I think with a player like Russell Westbrook, you kind of take the good with the bad, because he's still going to put up. He's going to give you 25, 10 assists, 8, 9 rebounds. He's going to get the best out of the people who he's with. I mean, yeah, he's going to shoot bad.
Do you? Meaning, I know obviously he's getting assists and stuff like that, but I look at CP3, the value that CP3, how he would help. CP3 would help the development of players more, I think, than Westbrook would help the development.
Well, I don't know. Remember, I mean, yes, I was at CP3, but again, Russell Westbrook has never missed the playoffs. Remember the year? Look at that Oklahoma City team. Look at the Oklahoma City team
with some really, teams with a lot of great players on.
No, again, look at the team. Look at this team that he was with Oklahoma City when he won the MVP. That team had no business winning. We were like, I'm gonna look at that team because that was blah blah blah. That was what, his 17, 18?
I think it was the 16-17 where he averaged the 31 points.
Was it?
He let's see, this is 31.
Yeah, I think it was.
So all right, 2016, 2017. So let me get that for you. So
look at this. Look, he has Steven Adams.
Oh, you got it?
Taj Gibson has been around for a while.
Oh yeah,
he's been around the block, hasn't
he? Yeah.
Actually, hold on. Let me look at this. So he had Oladipo, Andre Robertson, Adams.
And that's pre-injury Oladipo, isn't it?
Well, I'll put it like this: that's pre-All-Star Oladipo.
Yeah,
that's like young Oladipo.
Yeah.
That's
Oladipo, fresh from Orlando. Oladipo.
Yeah, like Steven Adams, Cantor. He's been around a couple teams, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Ilyasova, a really, really young Sabonis.
Yeah.
Doug McDermott. I realize all these players they traded for Paul George.
Yeah, they gave up the thing.
Oladipo, Sabonis, McDermott.
Hey, Freezy, how are you?
Good, man. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
You can. How's your night going?
Crazy. Hey, I just stopped in to let y'all know I'm gonna be in like 5 minutes.
That's fine, man. We're having a good time with the chat and everybody else.
Okay, I'll be in like 5 minutes.
All right,
Yep.
man.
All right.
Take your time. Hey, Sima Singh just joined. Salute to you, Sima. Hope all is well. I love my Sima Singh, man. He promised he's going to be coming on this video chat one of these days with us. So you promised. Hey, Powell just said, how about Tyus Jones? Unrestricted free agent next season. His contract's like $8 million a year. He's only 24 years young. Look at his stats. It doesn't look that bad. Great playmaker. A better vet to have around IQ. So
Oh, yeah, he would definitely be upgraded in Alpha Payton.
Listen, you not about to give Tyus Jones $20+ million.
Hell no.
He might get the same contract. It might get like a couple years, $5 to $10 million a year.
Kev, listen, let's close up on Westbrook real quick.
yeah,
Here's the final conclusion on Westbrook. I'm all for it because it would be exciting and it would be fun. But I know damn well we ain't going nowhere. And the best thing that I can hope for is that the young guys develop, which that might be unlikely because of his usage rate. And hopefully we can get some good draft picks during that reign. But, I mean, you know, what's going to happen with Julius Randle if he stays? You know what I mean? So I'd rather have a more exciting of a ride with Russell Westbrook if we were to go there. But we ain't going nowhere, though. Let's keep that in mind.
We're not going nowhere with Julius.
I wish
Yeah,
he just
that's
had
what I
one other 1 year less on that contract. Hey, Pow, I don't know, man. You're talking. I love your takes, but you're talking Tyus Jones. He's barely 6 feet. He's shooting 22.9% from three, 71% from the foul line. Might as well keep Payton with those stats. So I'm not a big lover of 6 foot guards, man. So yeah, that's why this year Terrell Terry. It was like, take Terrell Terry. And I'm like, you know why he went in the second round? Because he's going to give up as many points as he scores with that beautiful stroke of his tiny guards like that. Unless you're really special, get killed.
Yeah.
And Powell said, you'd rather keep Payton? I'd rather keep Payton for a dude that's shooting 22.9% from three. And that's only 6 feet.
The only thing Tyus got over Payton is that he could break down the day a little bit better and find guys better. That's about it.
Yeah, well, he's averaging in his career 3.6 assists, but this year he's averaging a little over 5. So
yeah, he's getting more minutes this year as well.
Yeah, so
You know, it's an interesting question. What did a player that we haven't talked about, or maybe brushed over? What did Mitch do tonight?
Mitch went 4 of 7, had 9 rebounds. 3 fouls, 0 turnovers, 0 blocks, 0 steals. 8 points. 5 offensive rebounds, though.
Oh, well.
yeah.
You know, there was a play where Mitch was hopping up and down because he's open every time in that zone, and they never find him. And he had to hop around like 3 times for Julius to finally see him. It was hilarious.
Who saw that play by Robert when Robert Covington was on the ground and he had that pass to Kansas?
Yeah.
I was like, how did he even see him?
Not only how he's seen, why aren't everybody else diving on the ball like Covington dived on that ball?
I was like, wow. I mean, I bet Mr. Robinson wishes somebody could find him like that wide open.
Yeah. But
I like to think that a lot of times, if you look, how many wide open people we have on this team that we just miss.
Oh, man.
Because you have
Don't get me started.
Alfred and Julius that just want to dribble some more.
Even the second unit, too, Kevin.
Your boy is a victim of that more than anyone, where he's hanging out there and they just won't pass to him.
Yeah, it's just like, okay. I mean, like I said, I really do wonder what they do in film study. Like, are you really getting on these players, Tom Thibodeau? Like, are you really? Or are you giving them a pass?
Film study and it sinking in and becoming part of how you execute are two different things. So I think, like we said, we'll see Payton do things and you're like, there's just no way that that they said that's okay for you to do. And like we said, hey, Freezy said, stop blaming Julius. We're not blaming Julius.
He does stuff like that. He just comes out of nowhere and stuff.
I know.
Anyway, guys, let me go. I gotta get up in the morning. But
Hey,
have a good
man,
night.
love your takes. I like I said, the other night I watched you on this show, and I like this is one of the best shows we have, man. You always bring so much to the show. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks, Steven. Steven, you're the man in my book. You already know that.
Yeah, well, feelings mutual. So,
all right, big guys.
We'll catch
guys,
you, man.
take care. Have a great night.
And I hope Rob hasn't been in the backstage, man. Rob the Knick, he may have gone through 2 stogies
I'm
and
not
a
gonna
flask
lie.
by now.
I forgot all about Rob.
I asked Freezy, you know, I don't. Everybody knows in the chat. I think everybody knows in the Knicks world.
Hey, there's nobody backstage.
Oh wow, because I sent out the link for him. Okay.
Yeah, he hadn't been.
Hey, all right, because he was put the link. I put the link, but all right, cool. So Freezy, what's your thoughts about tonight, man?
I missed the entire game.
Well,
yeah, I missed the entire game, but
the good news is Quickley in his his first season, you know, and only X amount of games, already has 31 points, a career high. That's higher than RJ and others.
Wow, what did Knox do tonight?
Knox had 2 points and 1 rebound.
Okay. So he's right on par for the course.
He's on par for the course.
Hey, that's what Austin Rivers did in almost 30 minutes. How about that?
3 points. 3 points, 3 assists, 2 rebounds, 2 steals.
30 minutes play.
So RJ didn't.
Ask you what. Hey, RJ didn't even play the fourth quarter.
Okay. Is he hurt?
No. He came in with 10 seconds left in the game.
Yeah, Freezy. I was like, yeah, what up with that? And also, he only took 1 shot in the first half.
Oh.
So we lost 116-113, basically without our second best player really getting. He only had 9 shots all game. Am I right? 9 shots. Yeah.
Yeah. So before you want to go on Knox, I figure what's going on with RJ.
Yes, weird. And we brought up he had a couple of really brutal turnovers recently, late in crunch time. So
right.
I don't know why he only had 1 shot in the first half and why he wasn't doing his normal. Because he drives and stuff like that.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, there's something going on, man. So he may be frustrated. Knox may be frustrated too.
I mean, Obi didn't even. Obi, how many minutes did Obi play? 15. Obi played another game of 15 minutes.
Yeah. 5 shots, 2 for 5, 3 rebounds, 4 points.
If I'm a player 3 years or under, I'm revolting. Okay, I am staging a coup.
For what? For what? What are you staging a coup for?
Because these kids need to play more.
Man, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, so Foxy, are you getting out of here?
I am gonna get out of here.
Okay.
I'm just looking at the family. Thesis Thomas said IQ is a nut. Coach Colorblock says Tibbs wants IQ to take all the shots he takes. So I believe if Obi and Knox look bad, it should be on Tibbs as well. Okay.
Wow.
And Quickley had 18 shots tonight, and Thesis says 18 shots for a backup point guard is crazy. So he tied Randle for the most shots, but the one thing that you didn't say was he was 9 for 18. He shot 50% tonight.
Yeah, and look at everybody else shooting percentages, yeah. and look at the game situation. You can't just look at the number of shots. You got a game we were down by 13, and was down by as much as 20,
25,
and and so Quickley scored 31, and we lost by 3.
Yep.
I mean.
The reason why I was blaming Julius, if you watch the game, and Steven can vouch for this, we was down by 4 at the time, right? They gave the ball to Julius. It was like a 2-man kind of thing between Julius and Austin Rivers. And Julius dribbled into double coverage, dribbled some more, got stuck, and turned the ball over.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen, man. Things like that again. Portland's a good team.
But we had a chance to come within 2 at that time with a minute left.
Right.
That's not an opportune time to turn the ball over.
Right.
when you could have just, and everybody kept saying, it was Steven saying, I was saying, Dave saying, swing the ball.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all he had. Like, literally, the other side of the court was wide open because everybody was on Julius.
Well,
Yeah.
some of y'all Knicks fans, not you, Cap, but some of the other Knicks fans are saying it don't matter because this is a developmental year anyway.
Yeah. Hey, Brad Johnson, Freezy, our buddy from Australia who follows us,
Right.
he said he thought the Knicks looked very lethargic tonight, and I said early in the broadcast that's funny that they, and I agree with you that they did look lethargic, but that's after he said they looked lethargic against
Sacramento also, yep.
Yeah, so 2 games in a row. Come on, man. I thought there's never. That was one of the things with Tibbs. We're never gonna have a lethargic game. He's gonna make sure he's gonna crack that whip and.
Yep.
I just realized something. Did Julius fouled out?
Right.
Yeah, he did.
That's why RJ came back in the game
To play power forward.
Yeah. Literally, it was Mitch, RJ, Burks, Rivers, and Quickley.
Okay. Maybe there's something going on there.
I say he didn't from like about 6 minutes into the third until about 10 seconds left in the game. RJ didn't come back in the game.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Tibbs is teaching them a lesson. I'm all for teaching the young kids lessons.
Yeah. And
but there's also the stretch where they made like the comeback.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Brian W, thank you. He said IQ did 31 points in 24 minutes. So the kid, he could light it up quick, man. And no pun intended, but he definitely brings a different thing to the game that this team definitely needs. And bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that today we're officially at the quarter point freeze. So quarter point of the season. So how much longer before he makes some rotation moves, or is this the team that he's going to go with? Unless there's a trade by the trade deadline and stuff like that.
Man, Bradley Beal would make this team a monster
very quickly. Again, not that he's gonna, but yeah, he would change the dynamics, especially if we didn't have to give up RJ, Mitch, Randle.
If we could only do draft picks, oh my gosh.
Yeah, he would change the whole dynamic quickly, man.
Can you imagine what a lineup would look like with Quickley, Beal, and Burke on the floor at the same time?
Oh, here's the thing,
you know what you call that? That's what you call zone busters.
Right.
Here's the thing about that. You know they're gonna want more than picks. You know they're not gonna take DSJ and Frank.
No.
You know, I thought about, you said that the other night, Kev, and during the day I think about the show, and I said I remembered you saying that, and I went, you know what? Because you said to the thing, you got to give up really good players to get a player like that.
Right.
But what good players did we give up to get Melo?
Right.
We gave up a lot of players, but what great players did we give up?
We gave up Gallinari. I think he was like the key.
Yeah, he was
the marquee. Like, okay, this is a young wing, and Gallinari has had a good career.
But wasn't he injured by that? Did he have his first injury by that time?
I don't recall that part.
He did. He had a back injury.
Thank you. Yep.
Prior. Yeah, he had.
So we gave up Winston Chandler. We gave up Chandler. We gave up Gallinari. We gave up basically the team. But I thought about it. I was like, Kevin brought up a good point. But if I'm thinking about how we got Melo, we didn't give up a level 1 star to get a star. We gave up a lot of quote unquote potential. So I'd give up Obi for potential to get a Beal.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, here's the thing about, like I said, the only thing with that is, like I said, Obi is Leon Rose's boy.
And we saw the way he jumped when he picked him.
So I don't think Leon Rose is going to involve Obi Toppin in anything.
Well, at your job, and when you're at work, your job comes first, whether you boys or not. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying? Would say, for instance, would we trade Kevin W for anything? No. But wait a minute. Now, if the other team offered,
what?
I'm just kidding.
You know, Pal asked me, what did the Melo trade get us? Zilch. Nothing. we should have kept those kids and signed them a year later or something like that.
Wasn't Raymond Felton in that trade too?
Raymond Felton was in that trade, and Felton had great chemistry before that trade with
it was Stoudemire.
Stoudemire, exactly. And it was like, what did you just do?
So it's not like his thing. We traded Raymond Felton, who was averaging like 17 and 9 at the time.
Yeah, he looked like a
yeah, Gallinari, who was, an up and coming, you saw that. Wilson Chandler was playing good. Probably traded some other people. So it's not like we're trading players who could barely get out. Like Frank, who was available tonight.
But they were young. They
off the bench.
They were all potential at that point. Chandler was a great pick by Isaiah at a DePaul, and a late pick. It wasn't a lottery or anything of that nature, but it was a team that was coming together chemistry wise. We sent the chemistry to Denver, and we got Melo.
So hold on, let me ask you a question. So let's say, you're Leon Rose and I'm Washington. Give me your best package for Bradley Beal, who's leading the league in scoring. It's like 28, 29, or how old is it? 28, 29? Somewhere around there. Give me your best package for Bradley Beal.
Obi, Frank, if there's any value in Frank, but Obi would be the key player, and I'd give up 3 to 4 ones, but I wouldn't give up the 1 hour one. I'd give up Dallas's picks. I'd give up Dallas's 2 1s that we got, and then a couple of picks, in the horizon.
I have a question. Didn't we already use one of Dallas's picks? Oh no, we used it at the Clippers. Never mind. Okay, I got it. So 2 Dallas picks, Obi Toppin, and
Frank.
You said 3 picks. Frank,
or Burks. Yeah, I throw Burks in there.
So Obi Toppin, Burks, Frank, and 3 picks.
And I throw in some second rounders too if you want.
Hey, David Parker, they're not hanging up. I tell you what we could offer them, and it makes sense. I would free Kevin Knox because Knox is not going to become Knox in New York. The writing's on the wall now. It's apparent now more than ever. Yep. He's not going to become Knox in New York, and so he may become Knox somewhere else. But clearly under Tibbs, no, it ain't happening. So I would give up Obi, Knox, and Frank. I would give up the 2 first-round picks this year, and I would give up the 2 first-round picks in 2023. And
you give up 4 picks.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. It's Bradley Beal, and if they want more than that, I'm taking that, and I'm going to Phoenix, and I'm offering that for Devin Booker, because I'm not going to give up more than that for Bradley Beal.
Well, here's the thing: Phoenix is in a contention. They're not giving up Beal right now. I mean, not Beal. Booker, so I don't think he's on the table at all. Not when they just got CP3.
I tell you what I would tell you what I would do this year in a real sneaky move, right? I would give up both 2023 picks and Obi Toppin to Minnesota for D'Angelo Russell.
Here's my thing. I was thinking, you read my mind. I was thinking about D'Angelo Russell the other day.
Thought-provoking, Freeze. Wow.
Yep. And
very
so
provoking.
And the reason why that works for us, is because he fits an immediate need. Like he
they do need a power forward.
Yeah, they need a power forward, and we need a point guard desperately, right?
And they still have a starting caliber point guard over there in Rubio.
Yeah, right. And then what happens when D'Angelo Russell, because Russell's thing is nobody ever gives him a break at point. He wants to come off the ball some. That pounding at point guard will wear you down. We just happen to have a guy on our bench that's young enough, you know what I'm saying, to be assertive. He can come in and play point with Russell. You can run lineups of Quickley, Russell, RJ, Randle, Mitch. You know what I'm saying, in some rotations.
Listen, I'm okay with that if you add Alfred Payton and Reggie Bullock in that trade.
Hey, man, not only will I add them, I will make them carry the other players to Minnesota. I would make Reggie Bullock legit carry those other players to Minnesota. You know what I mean? I mean, because it's so I say pluck D'Angelo Russell while nobody's looking.
I think that might be something. I mean, actually, I was thinking about that the other day, and I was thinking about D'Angelo Russell. I mean, that whole thing has just not worked out.
Right.
You know what I would love from them, and maybe this generation's Latrell Sprewell, but Beasley, man,
Yeah.
with Anthony Edwards there at the, you have so many guards there that Edwards is Beasley's averaging 19 points a game, 5 rebounds, 2.5 shooting 90% from the foul line, 37% from three, and he's 24 years old. Just signed a beautiful contract, a very, I think 4 years, 60 million, which is, and the kid can shoot.
Yeah, man.
So yeah, he had some off the court issues, but so did Latrell.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah.
turned out, and he's a Florida boy. Those Florida State boys, not Florida, but Florida State boys, and they're dogs.
Yeah, man.
So man, if we can pry Malik Beasley here, I would love some Malik Beasley without the off court stuff.
Yeah,
and
man.
I think he's dating Pippen's ex-wife.
Oh yeah.
Hey, you know what I saw? We'll get into the gossip for a second, but do you know why De'Aaron Fox wrote the tweets against the Knicks?
No.
Because Randle dated his ex-girlfriend.
What?
Randle dated Fox's ex-girlfriend, so there's tension between them. So that's why he had issues with the Knicks, but it was really he had issues with Randle, and it came out with Larsa Pippen, that's her name.
Larsa Pippen is ridiculous.
Why does she still have Scotty's last name?
Right.
Because she's still getting probably Scotty's check every month.
Yeah. Fame.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm not with you no more. Give me my name back.
Yep. Fame. That's all it is, man. Because she was dating Future too.
Yeah, I think she's been around, man.
She really needs to not have Scottie Pippen's last name anymore.
Yeah. Well, so is there anybody else out there that you think the Knicks should go after, like a sneaky guy they could just pluck overnight, just like in an overnight deal, just get it done real quick?
Well, I said it earlier in the broadcast that I thought last season the kid Simons that we saw in Portland tonight, I know he could fill it up. So that he can shoot. He just hasn't put it all together. But if that kid puts it together, he can be. He's not an answer to our point guard position, even though he's playing backup point. But that's the hardest thing, Freezy. I see in the chat and everything. There's really nobody to trade for as a point guard if they're so valuable that because I'll say to the chat, name me one young point guard that could be traded. Meaning, there's SGA. There's some good young point guards out there, but we wouldn't be able to pry them loose, man.
Nah,
I do like the whole D'Angelo Russell thing. I really do. I was literally thinking about that the other day.
But then we go into the same conversation again. Usage. He's a high usage guy. What's that impact going to be on RJ, who's a high usage guy, and the impact on Randle, who's a high usage guy?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Like I said, here's the thing.
And also defense. I don't know if Russell plays Tibbs would want a player to play D.
Here's the thing about the usage thing. We have to stop with this usage thing because look at the product that we're getting now.
No.
Is RJ and Julius? We're 8-10. We got the worst offense in the league. I'm pretty sure they'll be okay with having some of their usage go down if it makes us a better overall offensive team.
Well, the Nets are dealing with that now. They lost back-to-back games to the Cavs. You got a lot of usage among those three guys.
The thing about that is they don't play any defense.
No doubt.
Whatsoever. Like zero.
Yeah.
Zero.
Yeah. That's why playoffs, it's going to be painful for them.
And with them, you have three guys. Kevin Durant is not, he's an alpha, but he's one of them laid back, passive aggressive alphas. Like, I don't need the last shot. I'm cool. But if you give it to me, I'm going to do something with it. Whereas Kyrie is like, no, I want the ball.
Yeah. And
Harden is kind of like, I want the ball too. And so you have a thing where it's like they have to. The best. Well, that's weird. Who is the best offensive player on that team?
Durant.
But as we all know,
Meaning
Durant is.
I'm talking from an efficiency standpoint. Obviously, Harden has numbers, but Durant is just from an efficiency standpoint. He's just spectacular guy.
But as we all know, the mental Durant is kind of like, I don't need it. But if you give it to me, I'll do something with it.
I don't see him like that, like you describe him. I see him as
I do. Look at it and Golden State is like, I got Clay and Steph. If I get the ball, I'm going to do something with it. But if you take the shot, hey, go for it.
Did he get a ring when he was with Golden State?
He did. But here's the thing, Durant knows how to play with two other players who have high efficiencies.
Yeah.
Whereas, as in James Harden has always been, since he's been in Houston for the longest, and even when he was in I think he really changed when he went to Houston. When Houston, he was like, I'm the man, and that's why he's not in Houston anymore. Is because they're kind of like, okay, we've given you everything, and you're not happy. But James Harden was the man for like 7-8 years.
Yeah.
And so now it's kind of like, I'm not the man, but I'm still the man. And Kyrie Irving always thinks he's the man. Kyrie Irving didn't want to play with LeBron James.
He wants to be. He didn't want to play with a young core in Boston. That you would say, hey, I'm going to stick with these kids. I'll be the point guard. Tatum, Smart. Brown. Man, I'm going to hang out here because I think we can go. No.
Yeah.
He wants to be the main thing. That's why the other game you looked at it, he was putting up shots. Even though you have a Durant, you have Harden. He showed him, I'm going to put up more shots than you, dude. That's why I said to a buddy of mine when we were talking the other day that the crazy thing is if history repeats itself and Kyrie goes down with an injury, I could see the Nets playing better with Harden and Durant than with the three of them.
Right.
Because he had 12 assists the other day, Harden.
Yeah, man. Harden is a baller.
Yeah.
Harden is a baller. I envy, if I was on the court, I envy the Brooklyn Nets. I'm not going to lie to you. You know what I'm saying? Because we're in a situation where we're starving for on the court talent, and they have an embarrassment of riches. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they have an embarrassment of riches. It's like, but it's like a 2-year window of embarrassment of riches. If they don't win that chip in the next 2 years, they have nothing. The shelves are empty in terms of draft picks and stuff like that. So it's all or nothing. They went in all or nothing, and they better hope because they're going to have a long drought if it doesn't pay out in the next 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you mean, man, but I just like when franchises go for it, man. I hate to be in this weird purgatory hamster wheel that the Knicks are on. You know what I'm saying? The Knicks have been on this thing, man, forever. It's so frustrating, man. It's beyond.
You got people like Stephen Fox saying, I don't want to get talent because this is going to mess up the usage rate between RJ and Julius, even though we have the worst offense in the league.
Who said that?
Nah, man.
Did those words leave my mouth?
Hey, you made the argument.
And you made the interpretation.
Hey, I'm just saying, I don't care what someone misses they use. We had the worst offense in the league. Something is better. Something has to change. Something.
So you take Westbrook?
Yes, I would take Russell. I would take Russell Westbrook in a heartbeat.
With that contract, $47 million?
Again, like I said, who we bringing in here that's going to take that money, Steven? Nobody.
Oh,
Nobody's
man.
coming here, and we know it. By now, we know no one is coming here to take it. So we might as well give it to somebody who's going to significantly make this team better.
I don't know, man. I think RJ is special. I think Randle is special. I think Quick is showing potential. Hey, I agree with you, but one of these days...
Being special and being 8-10 have the worst offense in the league, that's special.
Well, the offense...
Not special in a present tense. Special in a projecting going forward sense. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's what he's talking about because RJ is not the man.
RJ doesn't know what the hell he's doing, and he scores 18 points a game. What'll happen when when the game slows down in the next couple of years? His shot falls. The kid, So I've been hard on RJ going 0 for 21 and then 5 for 50 and stuff like that, and rightly so. You're a number 3 pick, but the kid's shown toughness. He's a dog, and
Here's the thing. Let me ask you this: has Russell Westbrook already proven he is okay with taking a back seat to somebody else?
No.
Because he did no.
That's why I hesitated.
Russell Westbrook was fine taking a back seat to Paul George. Russell Westbrook knew when he was going to Houston, I'm taking a back seat.
How was he taking a backseat to Paul George and he won the MVP?
No, he won the MVP the year before Paul George got there.
Right. No, listen to what I'm asking you. How was he okay with taking a backseat to Paul George and he won the MVP? Paul George never won an MVP award.
Because he knew Paul George was coming. It was at the time still ascending, and that he needed Paul George to.
Dog, they're the same age.
Are they? No, they're not.
Yeah, they're in this. Yeah, they're in this. I mean, they may be off maybe a year or two, but it's not like Paul George is 23 and Russell Westbrook is 30. One dude may be 32 and the other may be like 29 or something, or 32 and 30 or something. Dude, Paul George
is 30, and like you said, he's 32.
Yeah.
So at a time 2 years ago, he was 28.
Yeah. But the point is the same. These dudes are in the same age range is what I'm getting at. I mean, maybe not the same.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. When Russell Westbrook went to Houston, did he know he was taking a back seat?
Well, he knew he was taking a back seat then.
Yeah.
Okay, so he knew and was fine of taking a back seat. Because he had to waive his no trade clause to go there.
Yeah.
Hey, let me, from the chat, Yakin Hager, thank you for the question, but I'm going to put it to you, Kev. With all his special talent, Westbrook, why are the Wizards only 3-9 when he's playing with Beal?
Yes, because everyone else on the Wizards suck.
Oh, come on, man. When you have a backcourt like that, don't you think that they can overachieve? They have a couple of other good players. It's a shame the kid Bryant did his ACL and the center. You have Hachimura.
Wait a minute, they're what with Russell Westbrook? Because Russell Westbrook only played 7 games.
But I'm just saying, in the 7 games he's there, they're 3-9. You know.
Wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense.
No. You know my point that he hasn't in the 7 games.
I'm about to say. Wait a minute. I got you now. There's something wrong with that, man.
No. It's just that he was in a switch that when he came there with having an elite talent like Beal and having a couple other players that they couldn't will a few more wins out of the season so far.
Right.
Well, here's the thing about that. Like, okay, is that let's look at Westbrook and Houston, right? Westbrook and Houston, they won about the same amount of games they probably should have won. It's just that sometimes you just don't have the talent around you. Like, there's like, who's a backup center right now in Washington?
I don't know. Like I said, they lost the kid Bryant, so
I don't even know who the power forward is in Washington.
Hachimura, isn't it?
Yeah, and Davis Bertans.
Yeah, I'm glad we didn't give that kid a contract.
Yeah.
He's having a tough season so far. Or
let me look at Houston. So they got Robin Lopez. So
yeah, and so if you need somebody to beat up a mascot, you're fine.
or a cat breeder.
So
I think he breeds cats, right?
That is interesting.
I don't know. He's a Stanford boy, so he's got that crazy smarts like his brother, but he's crazy on the other ways of life too.
So they have
Alex Len. They signed Alex Len and Jordan Bell too.
Well, they just signed them, so they don't really count.
That's true.
So Bradley Beal's averaging about 35. We have Russell Westbrook at 19.3. Thomas Bryant is no longer playing. He was averaging 14. Yeah. Then Hachimura was 13. And Bertans, well, here's a weird because is Bertans off the bench?
Yeah.
But look, what's Bertans? He was shooting terrible earlier this season. What's he shooting now? Did he bring it up?
From 3, he's shooting. You would think he was shooting better. From 3, he's shooting 36% and 37% from the field. So,
exactly. People like sign him, give him a big contract. We need him.
Yeah.
But then he has like Raul Neto and Garrison Matthews,
and
Moritz Wagner Ish Smith, Troy
Oh,
Brown.
That sounds like my accountant.
Yeah.
So they don't really have the talent necessary outside of Westbrook and Beal, who can only do so much. So yeah, no, I think if you put, like I said, Russell Westbrook never made if Russell missed the playoffs this year, it'd be the first time in his career he's missed the playoffs. Think about that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So I mean, yes, I think. Listen, I would take Westbrook every day and twice on Sundays if I didn't have to see Alfred Payton anymore.
Right.
Just for that fact alone, I would take Russell. If I don't have to see Alfred Payton again, that's it.
Because
That's it.
that's the thing with if Alfred Payton, if you replace Westbrook with Alfred Payton, you at least know at the very least you're going to get double-digit assists and double-digit rebounds.
Yeah.
Even
and
if
points.
Yeah, even if Westbrook can't shoot. You know
and
what I mean?
he can't shoot. Did you hear my numbers earlier, Freeze?
Of Westbrook?
Yeah.
Was it 36 and 37?
He's shooting this season. So far this season, he's shooting 30% from 3, 38% from 2. He has 11 assists a game. He's shooting 66% from the foul line.
Oh, that's awful.
Thank you. And that's brutal, man. For that elite of a player in the league this long, and like I said, he's 32 going on 52. There's a lot of miles on that guy.
Yeah.
And he's still a better option than Alfred Payton.
No doubt. But is he a better option at the price tag? And we have all this money. What are we going to do? We got to drop. I know what you're going to say, but yeah. I think we would come up.
You're going to re-sign Reggie Bullock and Nerlens Noel with that money and Alfred Payton? You're going to give them another contracts?
Yep. They're coming back. They'll be back next year.
Then take on $40 million of Russell Westbrook?
Nope. They'll be back next year, man. They didn't sign these dudes to 1-year deals to let them just.
Don't you wish that on me, Ricky Bobby?
Hey, pal, just asked me to read Steve Popper's Twitter, and it says Julius Randle said that the officials told him after the game that they made a mistake on the call at the line. His 6th foul, said he should have gone to the line for 2 and a tech, which could have tied the game.
Awesome. So we have a moral victory.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah. So instead of winning the game, we get a moral victory. That's excellent.
Yeah, thanks, pal, for the insight. So, Freezy, I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow night. We're playing. Any thoughts about us going against
the Utah Jazz?
The Jazz tomorrow?
I have a sneaking suspicion that the Jazz are going to blow us out.
Blow us out! Wow.
Yeah, and the reason is because the last game of a road trip, a West Coast trip, is generally don't get the best effort because dudes are looking forward to coming home to their families. So
yeah, and one of the nice things is the game tomorrow is at 9:00. I can't wait for this West Coast trip to be over.
Yeah.
These late games. I love when we have the game all in the thing, and I also love when there's not 225 other Knicks content developers on.
Right.
We're the only guys after midnight, but not when there's West Coast trips, and I don't like that. I want all of our family here, not just bits and pieces, and have great respect for all the other guys, but I'm a homer. I can't help it.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. I want to see, like I said, Emmanuel Quickley's worst game he had this year is probably against Utah. It depends how RJ is going to match up against
RJ is going to have a good game tomorrow because
Donovan Mitchell.
Statistically, when he has an off game, he comes back strong.
Yeah.
Well, did he have an off game? He also, granted, it says he played like 20-some minutes, but we all know he was going for a quarter and a half. And the only reason he came in because Julius Randle fouled out.
Yeah.
Which is odd. That was probably the oddest thing from this game is why was RJ benched? And why was Austin Rivers in the game doing absolutely nothing?
Right.
Like literally, I'm freezing. I'm not lying to you. Austin Rivers was doing absolutely nothing,
Wow.
and he was in the game. And I was like, why is RJ not even in the like? I I can't even explain on Austin. And actually I know I can because Austin Rivers is a veteran, and Tibbs just likes his veterans. And people
Yeah.
can think I'm wrong for that statement, but it's true. Like Thibodeau loves his veterans, and tonight was the case. Like Mitch was the only player out there with less than 5 years of experience in the NBA.
Wow.
What surprised me the most is Tibbs had a timeout when they had cut the lead to 5, right? And he had the bench players. He had Noel, Obi, Knox, Rivers, and Quickley in the game. And Tibbs called a timeout. And they were coming. The bench was the reason the team got back that close.
Right.
So Tibbs called a timeout, and in my mind I was like, "Oh, he's about to bring in a star unit again. This is when he's going to do it. When the bench was the ones that got him back in the game, he's going to bring out that starting unit again." But to my chagrin, he left the bench in there, and I was like, "Huh, wow, this is new. I can't believe he did that."
Yeah.
Right.
I was taken aback. I was like, I can't believe he left the bench in there because knowing Tibbs, the starters would have been right back in the game at that point in time.
Yeah.
They ended up like I won't say they started to pull away again, but I think the lead jumped up like 8 or 9, and then he called another timeout and put the starters back in then. But the point is, he left them out there. Is what shocked me. I don't know if it shocked anybody else, but that's what shocked me.
So
Yeah.
so are we? So how are we feeling about Tibbs right now?
I'm not crazy about. I mean, obviously statistically, people who say that defense are number one in the league, and 3-pointers and 2-point percentage, and obviously we've seen that. But I haven't liked some of his rotations and some of his moves. He's whether Quick's been hot, Knox has been hot, other players. He just doesn't seem to. He's so regimented in his substitutions. Sometimes I feel like he doesn't have his finger on the pulse of the flow of the game at that moment. Give the kid or let them go, and also his offensive scheme is so limited. Kick it into Randle, and if you don't do that, kick it into Randle,
Right.
and that
And then if that doesn't work, what do you do?
kick it into Randle.
Kick it into Randall. Right.
So I haven't. I'm glad. Hey, we've overachieved. I didn't think we'd have this record. So I'll give him credit that way. But I definitely am questioning some of the things that he does. The way his moves. Where you're just like, let Quickley do that, or let him play through that, or just some of the other things. So, what do you think of Tibbs so far, Freeze?
I didn't see tonight's game, but from the other 15 or so games, or let me see, 16 games, 7. So I've seen every game except tonight's game. That's why I'm frustrated. So whatever the other 17 games, I think the dude is too regimented. I think he's too
Old school.
Yeah, man. I'll give you an example. The other day, our Randall was, I think, one assist away from a triple double. Mitch missed the dunk to get Randall the triple double, and Tibbs still took him out of the game. I'm like, dude, come on, man, let the dude get a triple double. And RJ had 28 points, right? And instead of bringing Quickley back to orchestrate something for RJ to get a shot so he can get 30, Alfred Payton drove the lane 2 times and missed. And you're like, dog, really, man?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. I mean, so those are small things that don't attribute to winning. But what I'm saying, there was a game earlier this season, the Tampa game, when Knox was scorching hot, and he had the look in his eye like he could go for 40 something, right? And the first opportunity, the first dead ball he got, he snatched Knox out of the game.
And I think that game he sat him almost the whole third quarter too.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes, and Knox came in ice cold.
ice cold. The kid didn't get his rhythm back, and there was a game with the same thing with Quickley. He lit it up in the first half and didn't see the game until the fourth quarter.
And,
And
and
I'm
guess
like,
and guess why we lost that game down the stretch? We needed somebody to knock down threes down the stretch.
yep. So hey,
That's
Powell. Nobody's saying. Our buddy Powell said. So what do we want? Another softy buddy coach like Fizz? Nobody said that. Nobody
No.
said that at all. We just don't want such an old school type of kicking into Randle offense that
Right.
is so one dimensional.
Right. The reason why we mentioned this thing is because we need somebody to be present in the moment. Right? I mean, it's one thing game planning the night before and rolling out with your game plan, sticking to your game plan. But how about be present in the moment? Just be in the moment, man. Realize that Knox was about to go for 40, maybe I won't say maybe 50, but he was letting shots go and trotting back down court before he saw him go in, right?
Yep.
The dude was as soon as he was catching shoot.
You saw her, yeah. After he did it, he kept his form because he's like he knew he was going in. Yeah,
Right.
he was in the groove, and then
Right.
he was a cooler man. He just froze that kid out and lost his. He couldn't regain that form.
Right. Tibbs is legit the preacher showing up to the bachelor party.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? In some goals, you're like, dang man, why did the preacher show up to the bachelor party? You know what I mean? Let him rock some, man. I mean, but anyway.
Yeah, at least come in about 30 seconds, I'd be done.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Hey, our future gaming, thank you. He said we're just giving constructive criticism on Tibbs. Thank you. That's right. We are. We respect Tibbs.
like I said. That's why I was so surprised in this game that he left the bench in. I was because like I said, we called that timeout.
That's a departure from his normal rotations.
I just knew he was like, okay, well, when we come back, the starters are gonna be in there. You're gonna see Julius and Elfrid and Burks and all them. You're gonna see them in the game. Uses Bullock, but
right.
But then when the bench walked back on the court, and I was like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Like I was shocked. Like this is something different from Tibbs because by now we know Tibbs' rotation. Like I know Tom Thibodeau's rotation. His first two subs it's always gonna be Nerlens Noel and probably Austin Rivers because he's always gonna
2 minutes later than that. Then he'll finally bring in Knox.
Then he'll bring in Quickley. Then he'll bring in Knox. Then the last person he'll rotate out is Obi. And then it's like the reverse going back. And it's like they'll play most of the second quarter up until like the 6 or 5 minute mark. Then he'll bring RJ back in. Then he'll bring Payton back in. No, he'll bring Mitch back in, then RJ, then Julius and Elfrid. And it's just like, why does it have to be so robotic? Like, how come you just can't, like, okay, this player's hot. So I'm gonna leave player X in the game. I'm gonna bring these players in again. Like I don't have to bring in like everyone just to bring out everyone else. Like I can mix and match and do stuff. Like if I know a player is hot, I'm gonna keep this player in the game because there's no point like that game against like. And we calling them Toronto, we calling them Tampa.
Really?
Yeah.
The Raptors. Let's just say the Raptors. There's no point in taking Kevin Knox out the game.
Right.
But he did.
Right.
And it's like,
especially his family was there, man. Let the kid light it up. Give the kid the minutes. Let him have a career game down there in front of
like
his
case in point, the other night against Sacramento.
Hey, Kev, before you get in that, in that game, everybody was missing, including Toronto. Everybody was bricking it up, except for Knox. Right? They were playing in some type of a place that's not really good for NBA players' vision. You know what I'm saying? Like an indoor stadium type situation, right? Toronto is stinking it up. The Knicks are stinking it up. Kevin Knox is on fire.
The one guy that's on fire. Yeah. And you take him out and cool him off. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kev.
I'm saying you can say the same. Remember in the Sacramento game, right? Knox hit that big three to bring him down to like 9, I think. And then he had that one, like I think the best defensive series I've ever seen from Kevin Knox, to be honest with you, in 3 years.
With Conley, that block?
No, not the block. Remember when he ran out on somebody? It was wild. He ran out, and they swung the ball over. Then he came back into play to get the steal. that led to the Obi Toppin fast break point.
Okay.
And then he had the key three, then the key defensive stop, and then he got taken out of the game. And it's like, well, what does a player have to do to stay in the game? I don't know. And that's a killer. He does that like quickly will. I think Tom Thibodeau knows like Elfrid Payton is just not it. So Quickley is killing it. I'm gonna keep him in the game because I think Tom Thibodeau is aware that I don't know if he cares or not, but I think the media would get on him if Quickley's killing it and he gets taken out. I think the media will get on Tom Thibodeau if that happens.
Yeah. Pal let us know that last year with Fizz, it took 33 games for us to get our 8th win. So, hey, we know that we're doing better than or we're overachieving than we thought. But there's no reason why, that we say to ourselves, hey, we're happy. But you know what? With a couple of changes, maybe we could have 2 or 3 more wins, pal, than we do right now.
Right.
So, hey, I'm going to get out of here. I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow night. Again, the game starts at 9. Go Knicks, go. And as always, I love you. Hey, just some business. Do me a favor, chat. Please hit those. We're at 1,280 subscribers. Please hit those like, subscribe, remind the bells so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night, Knicks Morning Drive broadcasts. We're going to have Knicks Morning Drive tomorrow, Freezy?
Yes.
Thank you, because it's like an empty feeling when it's not on.
And so the show ran so late last night, man. I was so tired. I was like, man, I didn't want to.
Oh, it's totally understandable, but it's like a day without sunshine.
Yeah.
So please share the link on your favorite social media platforms so we can grow the Blarens Tears family. Thanks again for getting us to over 1,280 subscribers. 1,500, here we come. We greatly appreciate it. Shout out to the best mods in the world, the new Knicks, Bodega Wi-Fi, I hope all is well, and Sima Singh, our brother. So, family, I'll see you tomorrow. Fellas, I'll see you tomorrow. Much love. Have a good one.
All right, man. Peace, man. Peace. Hey, Cap. So what are we gonna do with Knox, man? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I was muted. People are getting on Knox, and they always say, "Oh," and Knox is he's the only player, and then I understand people, I guess, criticize Knox because they expect more from him, they want more from him, right? And I get that because nobody wants more for Kevin Knox than me. I play basketball, right? Like I play basketball.
Okay.
I was a shooter, and maybe I was a little bit. I believe this when I graduated high school, I was my school's all-time leader in 3-pointers taken and second in 3-pointers made. I launched the ball. I was gonna shoot it. So with that being said, when you are a shooter, like your role is a shooter, right? And I brought this up on Ron Cleveland's show. I said, we sit here and complain, and we all acknowledge that shooting or outside shooting is this team's Achilles heel.
Right.
There's no spacing. And so you have Kevin Knox. And people say, oh, I want Kevin Knox to go to the hole, and I want Kevin Knox to drive more and rebound and crash more and da-da-da-da. And I was like, well, Kevin Knox is supposed to shoot. Why would you want him to why would you take a player away from what he's supposed to be doing, which is the team's Achilles heel, for him to do something that everyone else can do and is doing, but there's not that many 3-point shooters on the team. So you want one of the 3-point shooters to not shoot. Where does the sense in that make? I never understood that. I said, oh no, I want him to just do more, and I'm like, but you should want him to shoot as much as possible. And I understand he was like over 3 tonight. But even the funny thing, even when Knox misses, they're like misses that rims out. You know what I mean? It's not like Elfrid Payton misses and it's just a complete break. Knox had 2 2 threes that missed tonight that literally were like in and out. So even his misses are near makes. I wish he took more shots. Like I don't know if I want to take a like Buddy Hield volume of shots. I mean, that would be nice. Go for it. But when you are a shooter, you have to get in rhythm. Like that's just something you do. Like shooters get in rhythm. So I mean, we'll see. Like I was more upset about, and it's not even Knox. It was just I was so upset. Like Tibbs has his trust in people like Burks, Bullocks, and Rivers when they don't do anything. Like they don't do. Austin Rivers, I promise you, if you go back and I don't know if you recorded the game, Freezy.
Right.
Austin Rivers tonight did nothing. He did nothing. He literally had a 2-on-1 break with him and RJ Barrett. They was on a 2-on-1 break that turned into a 5-on-5 contested shot for RJ. How does that happen?
How?
How does that happen? How do you have a 2-on-1 break? It was literally Rivers and they had a loose ball. Rivers took off. RJ was on the other side. There's like one man in front. And then Rivers, for some reason, pulled the ball out, waited for the defense set up, passed the ball to RJ, and RJ took a contested shot. He made the shot, but it's just like, why did you do this? Like, why did you make this harder than what it had to be?
I don't understand that. I don't understand that at all. I don't understand that at all, man.
But that was frustrating. I wish you would have watched it. If you would have saw that, you'd have been like,
what?
Yeah. It was a 2-on-1 break, and he pulled it out to have the defense set up. Yeah, so RJ can take a contested jump shot.
I don't get it. Some plays you just not going. Some plays you just not gonna get, man. I think I think if the one thing I think that goes into it is when you recycle your roster every year you bringing in 6 or 7 new guys, you're gonna have stuff like that, right? Also, and that's the reason why I was telling people we need to draft more guys. I would rather had kept some guys that we drafted, like Arturo and the Spanish kid Balmero, and kept.
Is he even in the league?
I'm not for sure if he is or not. But my plan. But what I was getting at is whoever you draft, man, just put them on the roster. That way, every season you won't be trying to find out, well, who's the backup point this year, who's the 6th man this year. You know what I'm saying? I think we got a lot of that going on, man. I hate that.
I want to say this, and I don't know this, but do you feel like with some of the guys on these short contracts, are they playing for their next contracts, or are they playing for the Knicks?
I think they're playing to stay in the league. I think they're playing to stay in the league, man. You know,
it's like Alec Burks, for example, and people think I'm coming on Alec Burks because he's taking minutes from Knox. Like, no, this is a legitimate question. Alex Burks signed a 1-year, $5 million deal, right?
Okay.
What is Alec? Is he playing because he wants to be a Knick, or is he playing because he wants to be like Marcus Morris was last year?
Right. I feel you. So if you're the Knicks, like what's today's date? Today is the 20.
Today's the 25th. 2 days from the big old B day.
Yeah, man, you'll be 40. Good.
Oh,
good night, man. Hey, goodness, these birthdays are flying by. So
who was that agent like that who was joking last night?
Kyle Lowry.
Yeah, Kyle Lowry is aging about a minute.
Kyle Lowry is 1,246 years old right now. But no, so what I'm doing, if I'm the Knicks, I'm gauging interest in Alec Burks around the league right now.
I would.
Right, and that way we can see if we can get us a first round pick for him, for a team like Philadelphia that may need more scoring in the playoffs.
Okay. So here's the thing. So Because I mean, that's kind of what he did last year when he was with Golden State and got traded to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Because they needed scoring. So I mean, you could say the same. They could be in the same position. I mean, he has a really team friendly deal.
Yeah.
But if we are, let's say like I mean, would you just trade him for a pick, or would you try to, like, if we're in playoff contention, right? Would you trade Alec Burks if you can feel like you can get another piece? Or would you trade him for a pick?
Nah, I would do a pick. I would do a pick, and the reason why is because just a few minutes ago, me and you were talking about Knox getting more minutes and being more incorporated more, right? And so if you trade for a piece, you're looking for a piece to replace Burks, right? In my scenario, I want to get a draft pick and have Knox replace Burks.
Well, what if you traded him for like someone who plays point guard?
Nah, I don't think you can get. I don't think that piece is out there. I don't think that piece is out. And plus, I think they think Quickley is the point guard of the future anyway.
Well,
and ironically, I think they always have. I thought as soon as they drafted Quickley, as soon as they saw Quickley, they were like, if we get him, he's going to be our point guard of the future.
Did someone tell Tom Thibodeau this?
Yes. Yep. I think Tibbs knows, but they know that Quickley's not ready, and point guard of the future means not point guard of the present. Remember?
Okay.
So,
I don't. I mean, so here's the thing. Let's look at Do you think Tom Thibodeau goes and says, "Hey, can you get me Derrick Rose"?
no. I think what we're looking for is more like a.
Because Tom Thibodeau loves him some Derrick Rose.
Yes. I would say Tibbs will probably be looking more for like a. To me, the perfect fit is Kyle Lowry. But the Raptors have got hot recently.
They have. They came from nowhere.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think Kyle Lowry would have been the perfect fit because we can absorb $18 million, and all we had to do was ship out 12. So that would have been Frank and DSJ. And I know that's not enough to get Lowry. I'm just saying.
Would Alec Burks have worked in that?
If you get Kyle, if you trade for, and my thing is, it depends on direction. If you trade for Kyle Lowry, you want to keep Alec Burks. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like for instance, I think Kyle Lowry unlocks Knox, right? Because if you remember what the threes that Serge Ibaka took in their playoff runs, they're deep corner threes. Kyle Lowry was hitting my man all the time for those deep corner threes. Now, if Knox is who we think he is, a guy that can find him to hit those deep corner threes would have been.
Really breaking out there.
What's good in the neighborhood?
What's good?
Where you been at all night?
Shoot, I was backstage. I waited, and then I couldn't get in.
You. I kept checking. I didn't see you.
You shot me. Look, you shot me the link, and then you didn't let me in.
That was Steve who sent the link. Steve sent the link, but I don't think Freezy was in.
Yeah.
I didn't get it. I sat back there about 40 minutes.
Dog, I promise you. I kept checking.
I believe you. But then I just went over there with Ron Cleveland.
Hey, you see, because Rob, well, I'm telling you, what happens is when you show up backstage, my phone beep, right? So when it beep, I pull my phone out my pocket and see you backstage, and then let people in. But I didn't hear it. You know when you did
okay.
so you notice when you did it just happened.
Yeah, I said, man, look, I thought I was on punishment again.
Nah, man, ain't no. Nah, ain't no.
So what's up, family?
Nah, it's all
Man,
good.
shooting, we had a good conversation over here tonight.
Man, look, hey Kev, look. Kevin Knox did something good that you need to be proud of.
What is that?
He scored at the basket. He went to the basket and he scored.
He did do that. Well, he got fouled, but he did.
Yeah, he went to the basket, got 2 free throws. But look, it's not Tibbs. What Knox is doing, Knox just got to do more. Because when you look at Quickley, who's a rookie, and he's coming in and he get to produce and he let him play, I can't see that he's playing favoritism. I really can't. I can't say that he's playing favoritism because, damn, Quickley playing. Knox need to do more.
Did you?
And I'm saying that he can do more.
Were you watching the New York Knicks broadcast? Like,
yeah.
Walt? So if you remember, Walt said something about there was a play where Quickley drove in, and this is what Knox does. Even when he's not, there's something that doesn't show up in a box score, and I want people to realize this.
Yeah.
Knox's man, the coaches know that Knox is pretty efficient from the corner, right? And they said, don't leave Knox. And Walt Frazier brought this up in the broadcast. He was like, Quickley can get to the hole because he knows Knox's man can't leave him. So Knox's presence on the court as the shooter allows there to be open lanes for people like Quickley to get in there. So it's like it's not showing up on the like people are like, oh, he's just standing around not doing anything.
I understand that. I understand
that. Being in the corner is Knox's man can't leave him. And if you look back at the game, Melo was glued on Knox in that corner. And that was like Quickley was just getting to the lane at will. Now, had that been Reggie Bullock, that lane would have been packed.
I say this. Look, Knox game to me right now doesn't have anything to do with what Reggie Bullock is doing. Because it seems like anybody that comes when Reggie Bullock is down, Knox still don't get the minutes.
This is true. I was kind of upset today when I heard that Reggie Bullock wasn't playing. That I just knew that Kevin Knox, this was going to be the game that Kevin Knox started.
Knox gonna put himself. Knox is not a 3-and-D player.
Yeah.
And that's the way he's playing right now. Knox is a 3-dimensional scorer. And if Knox doesn't force his way into, I don't care if you don't even play me no more, but I'm gonna play my game. Knox is not the type of guy that hang out at the 3-point line and shoot. He got a skill set that's better than that. But Knox don't force it.
I think
he allows the coach. Nah, sometimes you got to tell the coach, kiss my ass. I'm going to do this. Or trade me. Do this or trade me.
I really do think that Knox is, and people get on Knox, oh, he's like, no, Knox is just a good soldier. That's what Knox is. He's a good soldier.
That's his problem.
He's doing what the generals tell him to do.
Well, if you want to be that dude and sacrifice your game, because the great ones don't listen.
Well, I guess he has to prove that he can be a great one.
Hey, look, Quickley came right up in that mode and put down his game. Quickley, like, yo, so I'm looking at Knox like, yo, okay. Dude said that you're going to be all right. So what are you showing us? I think that Knox need to like, okay, stick me over there with DSJ, trade me, whatever. But when I get out here on the floor, I'm going to do me. I don't care what you talking about, Tibbs. I'm going to do me. Because as long as those buckets going in, Tibbs going to be quiet.
Well, I don't know, because we've seen, like, remember, okay, we were just talking about this. If you remember the Toronto game, right, and Knox was killed, Knox was hitting everything. And Tibbs took him right out. And when he got back in, he was ice cold.
Hey, look.
You remember that game, though?
Yeah.
Knox was killing it.
But look, Knox got 34 threes and 24 twos. Those are all his shots. If you know that you're worth more to the team, you might as well sit down. If that's the best you're going to do for us, you might as well sit down. If you not push Tibbs to make you play because you want to be quote unquote a soldier, guess what? You're going to be soldiering on another team. Because if you're not going to play your game, and I think Knox is more talented than a 3 and D. That's what's killing him. 34 threes, 24 twos. And we finally seen him go to the basket for the last 2 games. Yes, Friday he went to the basket, and did he miss the shot? Did he got the putback because he was right there by the basket? Knox doesn't rebound because Knox is hanging out on the perimeter.
I wish people realize that.
And then whoever Knox is guarding is not going to the basket.
They're on the perimeter too.
Exactly. So therefore, he's not getting no rebounds. Not that he can't rebound.
No, I bring this up, and there's Knox can't create his own shot. I'm like, well, I keep saying, like, look at Knox's rookie year. Knox had to create everything for himself because who do he have setting up? Moutier wasn't setting up nobody.
Hey, Rob, I put a message for you in a private chat.
Okay.
Can you see
All
it?
right, I ain't go there yet. Okay.
Hey, Freezy, you back in?
Yeah.
Oh, I got you. All right, Freezy.
Oh.
I see it.
Where Rob go? He gone? Freezy, you there? Is this me in the chat again tonight? I guess it's me in the chat. All right, chat. I guess it's one of those moments again where it's just me and y'all. Y'all got anything that y'all want to talk about? I want to knock y'all to death. I don't see no questions or anything. Because it's just me and y'all. I feed off y'all when it's just me like this. Talk about Quickley's game. Quickley was impressive. He really was. Like he was a catalyst tonight. I know that unfortunately when we go back to Utah, you're still gonna see Elfrid Payton in that starting lineup. But like I said, I really do feel like it'll be an interesting test, him going up against Utah, because that was his hardest game that he's played against, was Utah and against Mike Conley. So if he can come in on Tuesday and kind of redeem himself, that'll go a long way to helping Tibbs. Because you got to remember, the last 3 games, Quickley wasn't even getting that many minutes. So if he comes out and can perform well against Utah, that'll go a long way. I still think that Elfrid Payton will probably be the starter going forward for a little bit, but Chuck said Quickley shot us out the game. He was tell Chuck I said that Quickley was the reason we was in the game, that we lost by 3 points, was because of Quickley. If it wasn't for Quickley shooting, we would have lost by 15. Knox is so much like Durant except his mentality. I think Knox gets a really bad rap for his mentality because of his body language. Like he's he's just a nonchalant person. And that doesn't mean that Kevin Knox doesn't work hard. Like, we all know that Kevin Knox has the physical tools. He's like 6'9". He's lean. He's athletic. I mean, would we all love to see Summer League Knox? Yes. Yes. We would all love to see Summer League Knox. Like, that would be crazy. And we can just take Summer League Knox and replace them with this version of Knox. It's somewhere in him. It is. But I think that Kevin Knox has worked so hard on his jump shot. He just wants to prove that it's like legit and good. He wants to be. I sent a tweet to Kevin Knox. I said, Kevin Knox, watch old Glenn Rice tapes. Y'all remember Glenn Rice? Watch Glenn Rice tapes and just do what he does. Because your game, it can be just like a young Glenn Rice. Like when Glenn Rice was in Miami and Charlotte, that's who Kevin Knox should be. Who would be? Let's see. Mindspace Invader said,
I agree.
huh?
I agree with you
About Glenn Rice?
about Knox.
About him watching young Glenn Rice? Kevin W., who would be your ideal head coach for the Knicks? Mark Jackson. Look at what Mark Jackson did with that Golden State team. Because when Mark Jackson was the coach, we had no idea Golden State was going to turn into the dynasty that they did. And that's the kind of that's real development that we kind of want from this team. Tom Thibodeau can use all the spin he wants about development, but there's a difference between what Mark Jackson did in Golden State. Give all his warts, so off the court things that Mark Jackson gets accused of, but on the court, Mark Jackson is a great developmental coach. Let's see, Wacko Knicks fanatic says Quickley, RJ Knox, Obi, Mitch should be Tibbs' focus. I couldn't agree with you more, Wacko. I mean, if you want to sit here and give us all this spin and lie about development, but you keep Obi Toppin the number 8 pick, and today was like his season high in minutes with 15, then that's not development. You really so far have only shown that you are only focused on RJ and Mitch. And if you remember with Mitch, beginning of the season, there was real debate on whether who was going to start, Mitch or Nerlens Noel. And I think Nerlens Noel got like dinged up and it was Mitch by default. But that's not development. And to be honest with you, with Mitch, and people can say, oh, we've seen so much more from Mitch. And it's like, well, he's more disciplined, I guess. He's not getting in foul trouble. But Mitch hasn't shown me any new wrinkle. Not one new wrinkle in 3 years. Other than not getting in foul trouble. And if that's development, I guess. But name one thing Mitch has done differently now than he did as a rookie. Does he have a hook shot, a jump shot, anything that's not, in his local YMCA with his friends over the summer? In games, what has Mitch done any different from year 1 to year 3? And that is the thing. He's just more disciplined. He doesn't fall for the fakes that get him in the air to get those stupid fouls. That's the only thing he does differently. So let's see. He probably would get more rebounds or fresh legs, which will provide great energy off the bench. Well, Justin King, I mean, I think Mitch should be averaging more rebounds. To be honest with you, he should have more rebounds than Julius. So I don't get why it was Rivers and again, well, brother BKL Contreras. I have said, if you watched earlier, I said the same thing. Like, we were all kind of confused why, because RJ went out in the third quarter at like 5-6 minutes, and then he didn't come back in. The only reason he came back in that game was because Julius Randle fouled out, which they rescinded later, but he fouled out the game with 10 seconds left to go in the fourth. And it's not like he was in foul trouble because he only had 2 fouls. So I don't know why Julius wasn't. I mean, why RJ wasn't in the game. I don't know if, and like we said, if you look at the last couple games, RJ has some crucial turnovers that has kind of killed us in the fourth quarter. Maybe that played a part in it, but I don't know. Maybe it was a developmental lesson. But Austin Rivers wasn't doing anything out there. Austin Rivers finished the game with 3 points on 3 shots. Let me repeat that again. Austin Rivers finished the game with 3 points on 3 shots. That's almost better than what Reggie Bullock did in his last game with 0 points. So, I mean, yeah, there's always these veterans that Tibbs wants to run out. I mean, Burks had finally he had a good game. His first 2 games back weren't, or a couple games back weren't good at all. I think he was like 5 for 21 from the field his first 2 games back. So tonight he had a pretty good game. He had some open shots and he was really, really efficient in the third quarter. But so it was the first time that since he got hurt, the first 2 games that he was kind of lighting it up. But even with Alec Burks, his career tells you, he's going to put up good numbers. And then
Hey, I'm sorry, man. I got a bad connection, man. I'm sorry.
No, I was just kicking it with the chat. We was over here talking and they were asking questions. I was just talking with the chat. It's all good.
Okay.
But you were saying that you had popped in and said you agree about something.
Man, I can barely hear you. It's breaking up. Let me go out and see if I can come in one more time, see if I can fix it.
All right. I guess for people in the chat, Freeze is having some technical issues, so he's going to back out and come back in. So yeah, RJ is actually still younger than Quickley. Quickley and Knox are actually the same age, which is funny. Sometimes youth. Here's the thing, there's not that many people want to look at. It's very rare. Like, it's really, really. You had to be really, really special, right, to come in at a really young age. There's not that many people. I mean, if you look at a lot of the all-stars in the league right now, a lot of players, they didn't. Giannis, for example, he didn't come in like the MVP that we know. He was not that. I can tell you that. He grew into that. He had the traits. Like if you look at the pictures of Giannis, he doesn't even look the same. Chris Middleton, for example, he didn't come in the league killing it. He was a bench player. It took him a while to kind of get his groove and footing in. So a lot of people grow at their own pace. But the one thing that is constant, the one thing that Tom Thibodeau is robbing these young players is there's nothing like game experience. Like nothing at all like being in game experience. And that's just something that you can't simulate. That's something you can't practice for. It's just something you got to do and grow. Look at that. I was watching this play by, I noticed about Kevin Knox. Watching it, you'll see like his rebound numbers. That was a shot I wish he would have made right there. That would have been a killer shot right there. He sacrifices rebounds. What do you think we can get from Mitch? Well, Brad Johnson. That's an interesting question. A player like Mitch has shown he has a lot of upside. So it all depends on. Had Washington, I really, really feel like if you wanted Kyle Lowry, they might ask for Mitch. And I mean, you can probably put a package around. I don't know who the center for Toronto is, but I'm really a big fan of Kyle Lowry. Like, Kyle Lowry would do wonders on this team. So if they ask for Mitch, hey, all right, he looks good in purple and black. Brian W. said competitive game experience and exactly. You need game experience, competitive game experience. The Greek Freak is in like his 6th or 7th year, like 6th year. But it took him a while to get to this level. Well, they're on a little bit of a winning streak, Utah, brother BKL Contreras. Chris Butcher, yeah. Thanks, Freezy. Trust me. Mitchell will be a whole lot better than Boucher. 10 times better. Utah's gonna be tough. I think Donovan Mitchell is playing ever since Shaq kind of came at him. He's been playing kind of crazy the last game or two. So it'll be tough. Utah's a pretty good defensive team. It's gonna be low scoring. It's not gonna be like it was this game because both these teams kind of want to play defense. It's just last game. I don't know if it's going to work. Last game, Julius Randle went at who's the center for Utah? He kind of went at Rudy Gobert, and I don't know if Rudy Gobert is going to stand for that 2 times in a row. I think he'll probably be a lot better defensively on Julius because he knows what to expect from him. I don't know if Mike Conley is going to get 20 again tonight. So Utah's probably going to win the game. It's at home. It's the last leg on this this trip. So yeah. Mitch may as well shoot buckets from the line. The only thing I seen Mitch do, I don't know which game it was, but it shocked me. It shocked me so bad when he had that little he had that baby hook. And I was like, did he just pull out a baby hook? Is that Mitch? Is that Mitchell Robinson? I was like, wow, okay. I don't see Mitch taking a jump shot in a game. If he does, it'll be something real weird, like a floater or a little hook. So he might start with that, but it's not gonna be a full out jump shot. No. Rob will smash. Kyle Lowry is a better shooter than what over Payton is. I'll tell you that much. But this game tonight was, I've been saying it for a long time. I've been saying this for a long, long time, and nobody wants to believe me. These numbers are deceiving. You can't have we give up the 4th most wide open threes. Like, we've just been playing teams that haven't hit. But once we start playing a team that's actually efficient, then we're going to have results like this. And it's going to make us change the way that we play. But is Tibbs going to be stubborn enough not to put the players? Can you like? I don't know. Like tonight again, I was very surprised that he left the bench in. Like I was very surprised that he left the bench in. When he called that first time out and 7 minutes to go, because when we were down by 5, I thought he was gonna take him out, but apparently, it was a little bit of deviation from what he's done. I guess he felt that unit was playing the best, so they were going to keep him in as long as he could and see if they can really close the gap more than 5. So it showed I guess his progress on his behalf. As Ayapo, how shocked would I be if IQ saw the next game? Oh man, if Emmanuel Quickley gets to start next game, I'll be extraordinarily shocked. I can't even put it into words if IQ saw the next game. They might fly. Freeze is the one that can change. Oh yeah, that's true. Well, yeah, Brett Johnson, you're right. We've all known that he claims he lied to us. Because he claimed, oh, my year, 2 years off, I changed my ways. I went around different teams, and I saw how the game's being played now, and, blah, 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 blah. But, when he's on the sideline, it's the same old thing. You lied to us, Tom Thibodeau. You claim you learned all these new things when you really didn't. Jonathan JD, I actually believe that Reggie Bullock has officially lost his job. Yes. I hope. Fingers crossed. Here's my thing. Win or lose, I love seeing the Knicks play, so I'm never going to be disappointed. It's close and competitive. If Tibbs allows the players to play, I mean, it's not going to be bad, but I don't know if he'll do that because Utah is not like Portland. Portland wants to move up and down and run and gun, and so we kind of had to play that style tonight. And it almost came back and almost worked, but Utah is slow and methodical too, so it's going to be an ugly game. Brad Johnson, he might be another snake oil salesman because he fooled us. Like I said, he was like, "Oh yeah, I was, all these teams and saw how the games changed, and I've changed, and I know how to do this different and do this different." Yeah, that's not really worked out right. Do you really think Knox has been playing well? I think Kevin Knox has been asked. I think Kevin Knox has done exactly what he's been asked to do. I want Kevin Knox to hit shots. He's been a little cold, but all he has to do is listen. When you're a shooter, all you got to do is see that first shot fall. I'm a shooter. I know. Once you see that first shot fall, everything's good. Everything is good. But when you're a shooter, you got to see that first shot fall, and everything's gonna be okay. It wakes you up. It opens up the basket, as they say. It doesn't feel as tight and restricted. But you got to have that first one fall. And he's kind of been slumping a little bit. He just needs to hit that first shot. And once he does that, you'll see like the Kevin Knox that's had them big explosion games that he can hit 5 threes or 3 out of 4 or whatever. And that's what we need. And he'll have a game like that. Once that first one goes down, like I said, when you're a shooter, it's just a psyche. The thing about it is we've seen Kevin get open and teams miss him. I'm glad to see him the last couple of games put the ball on the floor and take it to the hole. I just want Kevin to get more opportunities because the more opportunities, the better he'll be. That's the only thing I've been asking for is just give him the opportunities, and you'll see. Everyone will see. He just needs the opportunity because Summer League Kevin Knox is still in there somewhere. I don't know if well, don't trust me. If I can make millions anywhere, I would do it. But that's a big move about going to Australia. I don't know about that, Brad Johnson, but I appreciate it. Thank you. He's in there somewhere. He's in there somewhere. Well, Fizz took a lot out of a lot of players. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we'll just have to see. I hope that he has that fire and desire inside of him. So, well, Jonathan JD, what's a controversial topic? This is why I'm a Kevin Knox fan. Kevin Knox is the first player that I actually wanted the Knicks to draft that we drafted. So I was pretty happy that we got Kevin Knox. I'll put it like this: Kevin Knox has a higher career average than anyone other than Emmanuel Quickley on the Knicks who's been drafted by the Knicks. I put it like this: of every player drafted by the Knicks, Kevin Knox has the highest career high. So think about that. So what was the game that he went in the post? Because everybody was struggling. Everybody was struggling. I can't remember. But when I saw him going to post, I was like, wow, Kevin Knox is in the post and he's calling for it? Okay. He missed it. He had 2 times. He missed it and got fouled the second one. But it was like, oh, you need to do this more often. You need to take advantage of that frame that you have, Kevin Knox, because he's listed as 6'9", but if you look at Kevin Knox, so he's taller than Julius and Obi. We're both listed at like 6'9". So if the Knicks are just 500 team hovering around it, what do we do with the Randle Obi situation? Here's the thing about that, Jonathan JD. Trading Julius Randle, and I said this yesterday, trading Julius Randle mid-season, and if you get another piece or whatever, as I said, you are fundamentally changing the way this entire team plays. And that's kind of hard to do because his usage rate is so high. You don't really trade that many players whose usage rate are as high as Julius Randle's midseason because you are changing the way the entire team operates and functions. And that's just something that kind of hard because you're not going to have a training camp to really implement a whole new style or system. So yeah, it'd be hard. I can see him being traded and them picking up the option and trading him in the off season. You have an American accent. You have a job in Australia. Just running a radio station. You can. Well, hey, YouTube's being broadcast around the world. So I am talking about Kevin Knox around the world. So think about that. I don't know, Heedy. I think with Johnny Bryant and Kenny Payne here, we're going to start seeing a lot better. It's just we don't have an offensive identity right now. I think that's the big hiccup. Like, you don't really see plays being called, and that's more of a coaching thing than a player thing. See, I don't know. Who are you talking about, Ayapo, when you talk about body language and if somebody wants to rock or not? Like, who is there a particular? Are you talking about Kevin Knox, or are you just talking about anyone in general? That's true. This is our first year for proper training staff. Well, we're taking out better than who was our shooting coach last year? Really, really, really bad one to Fizdale. God, he is so bad. I can't even remember his name. Does anyone know our shooting coach from last year? The really, really, really bad one? God, he was a bad shooting coach. Keith Smart, yes. Ooh, boy, what was Keith Smart out there doing? Keith Smart was just, oh man, what was Keith Smart doing? he was bad. It started with Moutier, and Moutier's shot got worse. How does that happen? How does Moutier's shot get worse? And DSJ's shot got worse. The DSJ had to relearn how to shoot, thanks to Keith Smart. Yeah, it was bad. It was DSJ still hasn't recovered from Keith Smart. And remember when DSJ still got here, he was in the slam dunk contest from rolling over from Dallas because he represented he was in the slam dunk contest in a Knicks jersey. Think about how long ago that was. It seems like. My space to Kenny Payne would be a good coach. Honestly, I think Johnny Bryant is the coach in grooming. I think there's a reason why Tom Thibodeau brought him over here. I think Tom Thibodeau sees him as what Jeff Van Gundy was to Pat Riley. Like, I think that's what Tom Thibodeau is grooming. Because you got to think, there's a 30-year age difference between Tom Thibodeau and Johnny Bryant. I think Johnny Bryant is being groomed to be the next head coach of the Knicks. Yeah, Keith Smart. I hope Do you think Keith Smart played a role in RJ shooting? Anyone think that? Because was Keith Smart? I think Keith Smart was fired the same time as David Fizdale. If I'm not mistaken, I think they were fired together. I don't think Keith Smart was under the coaching staff that Mike Miller had. I think they were fired together. Because God, Keith Smart was like the world's worst shooting coach. It's like, as a Jets fan, imagine having a worsening coaching combination than David Fizdale and Keith Smart compared to Adam Gase and Dow Logains. Like, God, I went through 2 years of those two. Oh, God. I don't know how I did it, guys. If you're a Jets and Knicks fan, how do you go with Dow Logains and Adam Gase and David Fizdale and Keith Smart? How does that happen? Larry Brown. I was excited when we got Larry Brown because of the track history. Like, Larry Brown is a Hall of Fame coach, and it was kind of weird because we had just got rid of a Hall of Fame coach. Oh no, who came first? Guys, tell me, who came first, Lenny Wilkens or Larry Brown? Anybody know who came first? Lenny Wilkins or Larry Brown? I can look it up. Who coaches? So let me go down. Let's see. Since Jeff Van Gundy left, we've had Don Chaney. Ooh, Don Chaney. Y'all remember him? God, that was bad. Herb Williams, Lenny Wilkins. So Lenny Wilkins was there before Larry Brown. Herb Williams had 2 different head coaching stints. Herb Williams was a head coach twice. It was Don Chaney, Herb Williams, Lenny Wilkins, Herb Williams, Larry Brown, Isaiah Thomas, Mike D'Antoni, Mike Woodson, Derek Fisher, Kurt Rambis, Jeff Hornacek, David Fisdale, Mike Miller, and now Tom Thibodeau. So let me ask the chat a question. Since 2000, who's been the worst head coach? Let me go over the list again. You had Don Chaney, Lenny Wilkins, Larry Brown, Isaiah Thomas, Mike D'Antoni, Mike Woodson, Derek Fisher, Kurt Rambis, Jeff Hornacek, David Fisdale, Mike Miller, and now Tom Thibodeau. Larry Brown. Why is Larry Brown? I don't know. I don't know if you remember them Don Chaney 3 years, but they were pretty bad. At least Isaiah tried. Why do you think D'Antoni was the worst coach? Kurt Rambis. Larry killed his confidence. Wow, Derek Fisher was a tie. Well, the other thing about Derek Fisher and Kurt Rambis is they were getting their orders from upstairs. You can say that Hornacek and Rambis and Fisher were getting their orders from Phil Jackson upstairs. To me, it was probably Don Chaney. Don Chaney, to me, was probably the worst. So, Rick Pitino. So, I did not watch the Rick Pitino years. I was born in 1986. So, I really started watching basketball under Pat Riley. Was the first head coach. I remember watching from the Knicks. So I'm a Pat Riley's baby. I did get very upset at Pat Riley in Game 7. I think he didn't make the proper adjustments needed. But because this is Freezy's channel, I'm not going to get into what adjustments I felt needed to be made in Game 7 of the finals. But oh wow, the '90s Knicks experience was Linsanity. I feel bad for that kid. You know, if anybody watched the debate last night, I had got nostalgic and I had said there was 2 moments really. Well, there's 3 moments with 2 on the court moments. Like I said, when I remember watching that Game 5 in the 1999 first round playoffs against Miami. Now, at that time, we had played Miami 4 straight years. 4 straight years in the playoffs. And in 99, we were the 8th seed. And we weren't the 8th seed because, we were bad. It was just, that was a short lockout season and we just kind of started late. But we were better than being an 8th seed. But we played in Miami and it was a back and forth series. And that was also one of those games where we won is when Charlie Ward had his first and only 20-point game. And everybody went crazy that Charlie Ward had a 20-point game. And when I think it was Larry Johnson, when Larry Johnson inbounded the ball to Allen Houston, and he did that kind of cross step over, it's funny. I wonder if Allen Houston been working with Emmanuel Quickley. When he did that cross step over Dan Marley and threw up that floater, because that's what Emmanuel Quickley's floater looks like. It looks like Allen Houston's. So when he hit that floater at the buzzer and it bounced off the back of the rim, and then the ball looked like it was in the air for like forever. Allen Houston did a whole nother jump. Like he had time to like jump to throw the floater up, had the floater go up, jump again, and the floater was still in the air. That's how long that the ball was in the air. And to see that floater go in to beat Miami in Game 5, mind you, back then it was the first, either I think the first round or the second round, first of best of 5. It wasn't like best of 7 it is now. It's best of 5. When we beat Miami, that was probably the best moment I've probably ever felt as a Knicks fan. It was just crazy. It was just, for me, that was the most unbelievable moment as a Knicks fan in my lifetime I've seen. And then to follow it up a few weeks later, to have the Larry Johnson now that was an interesting game, the Larry Johnson 4-point play, because we had played the Pacers real tough, like super tough, and we were down big, and it's really weird because Larry Johnson was not the Larry Johnson he was in Charlotte. Larry Johnson was like like an old, like the epitome of a stretch 4 at the time. And when he had that 4-point play on Antonio Brown, that pump fake, and he shot it, he saw the ball, and it was in the air, and you just froze, and it went in. They still remember now, if you watch like NBA highlights, right? There's like a show like on late night ESPN or NBA TV. They call it NBA highlights, and they have the credits of like famous moments in NBA history. They have a like a clip of like the crowd erupting, like a crowd like just on edge, everything frozen, because it's on like back, like it's in like the upper rafters at the camera, so you can see like the entire stadium. You see like everyone standing up, like looking at this ball, and it goes in, and then everybody erupts, like just goes crazy. That is the Larry Johnson 4-point play moment. That is at Madison Square Garden. That is the crowd going crazy. I don't care what fan base you're in. I have never seen a crowd erupt like a packed Madison Square Garden did that night when Larry Johnson hit that 4-point play. It was the craziest moment I've ever seen on camera from a crowd just go nuts on one play. And Thanks, Theo Flat. To see him go down the crowd, because the 4-point play was weird, because the 3-point shot tied the game. And so I remember Charlie Wood ran down and everybody was on there hugging because he had ran down the court and he gave the grandma L's thing. He was like, hold on. I still got to hit the shot to get the lead. Like, I still got to hit the shot. Or was it to tie it? It was either tie or hit the lead. I'm not 100% certain. But he's like, I still had to hit the free throw shot. And those two plays, on the court plays, and I've been a Knicks fan now for 30 years, which is unbelievable. But those two plays were probably the best plays I've ever seen as a Knicks fan. The other one was when the Knicks beat Indiana. It wasn't even Chicago, it was Indiana. When the Knicks beat Indiana, they get to the finals in '94. You saw Patrick Ewing. It's the first time I've ever seen Patrick, like, it's the first time I've ever seen a player like embrace the crowd. Like, Patrick Ewing was in there hugging people from the stands. Like, he was like, I did it. Like, we have gotten to the pinnacle. Patrick Ewing, who is hands down, I don't care what anyone says. And I love Willis Reed and Walt Frazier and all those 70 guys for, bringing 2 championships. And a lot of people like Melo. Patrick Ewing is the greatest Knick of all time. Patrick Ewing gave so much in 15 years to this team. I've never seen a player work as hard as Patrick Ewing did. He just worked really hard and was great. And I believe wholeheartedly, 100%, as I believe 100%, had Patrick Ewing and the Knicks won the championship, in '94, the whole narrative of Patrick Ewing would change. Like, people would probably talk about Patrick Ewing in the same light they talk about Akeem Olajuwon. But because Patrick didn't win the championship, he's like, they talk about him in a different class. And I'm going to say this right now. This is just opinion or fact or whatever. In the 90s, Patrick, I don't care that David Robinson won a scoring title and won an MVP. During that decade, Patrick Ewing was a better center, was a better player than David Robinson. David Robinson was like third fiddle in the 90s. He was just better. David Robinson has a ring because of Tim Duncan. Period. Point blank. Period. That's it. He did absolutely nothing before with any relevance. San Antonio was not relevant until Tim Duncan got there. Yeah, they had a winning season. Yeah, they were in the playoffs, but they weren't like New York relevant. Okay, New York always had a better team than San Antonio. Like, always, it wasn't even close. I wish we would have played San Antonio in '94. We definitely have a championship banner hanging in the. Had we played any other team than that Houston team, the Knicks could have beat any other team in the NBA. Um, if you think about some of the names on that first Houston champion team, you know, Robert Ory and Sam Cassell and Mario Ellie, you know, players like that. They had a little squad down there. And then next year for them to turn around and get Clyde Drexler was just crazy too. We probably should have repeated and went back. Is that we the 95 season we probably should have went back and if we probably should have faced them again. And some say it's on Patrick for missing that finger roll. That was one of the lowest moments in my life when Patrick Ewing missed that finger roll. A lot of people say he should have dunked it. It's not Space Jam. I don't think he could have. I mean, could he have dunked it? Yes. But I think with the shot clock rolling down the way it did, I think he needed the ball out of his hand. I think if he had
Kev, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, so my man at the job just told me that Shaquille O'Neal is better than Patrick Ewing. What do you say to that?
Career wise?
Career wise.
Yes. I'll say Shaq is better than Patrick Ewing for the totality of their careers.
What if Pat Ewing had Kobe Bryant, would Pat Ewing have championships?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, if Patrick Ewing had and as much as you love John Starks, but if he had like a legit, like if Patrick Ewing and Reggie Miller played on the same team in the 90s, they might have a couple of championships.
I don't know. I don't know. He talking about they had Allen Houston.
Well, Allen Houston, I love Allen Houston. I love Allen Houston. Don't get me wrong, but like in the height, like if you look at between 90 and 96, like if Patrick Ewing and Reggie Miller were, I believe this, if this was 1994 and Reggie Miller was on the Knicks, they would have won hands down. It wouldn't even go into Game 7 if Reggie Miller was on the Knicks in 1994. It wouldn't have been 7 games. We probably would have beat Houston in 5. In 5. Had Reggie Miller been on the Knicks for his whole career. It wouldn't have been close. As a matter of fact, I believe we probably could have beat the Bulls in 93 had we had Reggie Miller. Yeah, we would have beat the Bulls in 93 the year before and beat the Suns. Freezy, you still here? I guess Freezy left. Let's see what the chat's saying. Listen, Ewing and Olajuwon gave a young Shaq fits. Like when Shaq was in Orlando, Patrick Ewing ate Shaq up. I mean, he was killing Shaq. I think he made it I think he made it an effort. Like I'm going at this young boy. This young boy ain't nothing. Mark Jackson was, I wish we would have kept Mark Jackson. I wish we would have kept Mark Jackson. We might have. I like Derek Harper. I do. I really did like Derek Harper, but Mark Jackson brought a different element to a team than Derek Harper did. So I don't know how well we would have been had we had kept Mark Jackson because I did like Derek Harper. Rod Strickland versus Mark Jackson. I like Rod Strickland. I don't know if Rod Strickland lived up to what he should have been. I think Rod Strickland could have been better than what he was, than what he ended up being. He had a few years stretch where he was like all-starish numbers, but for his whole career, he probably could have been better. Let's see what else is the chat saying. Yeah, New York didn't really appreciate chat. It's been fun, but I'm